Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the City Council workshop of September 6, 2022. First on the agenda, we got remote policies for boards and committees. Brian Wood presenting.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We just wanted to bring before you a conversation about the boards and committees. Currently, the City Council has adopted a remote policy that applies to council with regards to remote meetings, when they can be used, when they can't be used, how the public is able to participate in those meetings, how presenters are able to participate. And so we wanted to have a discussion about what, if any, or all of those policies that are relevant to the council would be relevant for boards and committees. So, thank you.
Council Mayor, while Brian brings that up, let me just give you a little highlight here. So right now in the ordinance, when it comes to boards and committees, they can set their own policies. That's how we put it in there. However, this is a much broader area that we think should come back to the council to determine whether or not, what is your policy when it comes to remote meetings? How do you want boards and committees to be meeting? Because this was not a factor when these boards and committees were put in place. So it's important for you to give us direction. Currently, I've already sent an email out to all the chairs of the boards, committees, and commissioners, letting them know that we're working through this and to pause any type of remote meeting at this time until the policy is in place.
Thank you very much. So with that, I just put together a couple of key components that are currently existing in the policy that governs City Council. Specifically, I think the most relevant is that the mayor determines an emergency or urgent issue that would require the entire council to meet remotely. Currently, there's not the ability for an individual counselor to Zoom in or to remote in. It is the expectation that all counselors be present at all council meetings. The second is that the public would only be able to participate in these meetings if the entire council or the entire meeting itself was a remote meeting. So there's not the capacity for the public to engage via a hybrid model. Obviously, this was very different a couple of years ago. The state adopted a number of different policies with how their legislative body worked, their working groups, their hearings, and so forth. And so obviously that's something that we've taken into consideration here as well. So now taking that next iterative step and asking ourselves, what are the questions that we should be asking with regards to boards and committees? So a couple of key questions that I just wanted to open up for conversation is, where would council like to see the policy specify when the president and or chair of a committee has the discretion to call an all remote meeting? Do we want the flexibility of a hybrid meeting? Do we want residents to be able to participate remotely? Those types of things. And then from this feedback, staff will work on drafting a policy that would govern all boards and committees for the council to adopt or bring up debate and potentially adopt in the coming meetings. So I will kind of open it up for general discussion here.
Hold on. I gotta have to repeat this one. So I think the first question we ask, if we look and we're from the top down, is should all boards and committees have rules that are consistent with the city council's, and for that matter, the school committee's rules and meetings about in-person only unless there is an emergency?
Yeah, I guess I don't feel strongly that it needs to be in person. I'm not completely opposed to having a remote option. I think in some cases, you might be able to get more participation if you allowed a remote option just for people's schedules. I know personally, if you had something in the middle of the day, I'd be a lot more likely to be able to attend if it was remote, just so I wouldn't have to travel and so forth. Yeah, but I think it's reasonable to assume that people should be able to attend a meeting in person at this point. So, yeah, just.
Yeah, I'm in favor of in-person.
I'm also in favor of in-person.
Yeah, I'm in favor of in-person, but I think there are sort of exceptions where it's necessary for a board to meet with a hybrid model. For example, if they're down on membership, they're short, directors or members of the board, and then somebody's in Florida or whatever, on vacation, that can, and in Auburn Housing Authority's case, we actually established a policy. We've looked at state law because there was some state legislation on it. And the biggest thing was equivalence, that the person who's not there had to have exactly what the people who were present would have, so that their decision-making would be comparable, equivalent to what the people in person were.
Would it be fair to your first point? The equivalence is great. I think it's needed in the cases of achieving.
And I think that was the point we're trying to make, that you needed a quorum, and sometimes it's hard for a smaller board, to achieve that, and they're trying to do business, so it's a way to keep things moving.
Phil or Brian, staff time, resources needed to make an exception to the in-person for quorum?
I think that probably want to take a look at which boards. We have staff that are assigned to some boards, like planning board. I think that would be one where staff would be assigned. We could easily make something like that work. But we have some other boards and committees that we may not have staff there, and we certainly don't have IT support to be able to do hybrid remote. So that would concern me. I think there is, I think being able to put some language in that would allow it to happen when needed, especially the hybrid, to allow, like sometimes when we look at planning board, we might not be able to have a location to accommodate people to be able to participate. Offering that is a good opportunity to ensure that the public is able to attend, can come, or at least be able to dial in through a Zoom option. The other piece is, I know we have presenters in here. I'd rather leave presenters out and presenters don't weigh in on this, because sometimes that's a cost saving on us, especially for bringing an attorney or a firm that we might be hiring. I'd rather continue being allowed to bring them in remotely, because I think that's just good options for us. And then obviously if there was a presenter that you're like, no, we want this presenter in person, then we'd make those accommodations to make sure that person was there. But I do think I would be concerned with just the ability to be able to get a room and make that available. We have some that have meeting rooms that are not powered up like this, and this room is not always available.
So let's do this. If everybody's kind of in agreement, let's ask for a policy for all boards, committees, and commissions that remote member participation is allowed in order to meet quorum only when that board, committee, commission has staff support on a permanent basis. That means they're adjudicating. Because there are some boards that don't have staff support, and that should not be allowed. Then again, they probably don't need to meet quorum rules, i.e., some of our newer, like recreation board. They're not taking votes. It's not per se absolutely needed for them to meet quorum, but planning board, city council, and so forth. Does that make sense to everybody? Phil, is that in agreement with that one as an exception?
Yeah, I think we can draft that up so that we meet most of what you just said. Some of it we need to work through on. I think most of the boards, committees, and commissions that we're talking about, they do have quorum requirements, and so they're all part of that same language that we have. Pretty cookie cutter for all those boards and committees to have that language, but we can put some
Staff
language
support.
in that it's something that would need approval from the chair and approval from the city manager's office to allocate the staff.
I'm not in favor of, correct.
I'm more for having people meet in the same room, but we haven't discussed anything if we have another medical crisis happen. Because a board may need to meet, but because of another COVID or whatever disease comes,
That's covered. It's covered.
Okay.
That's at the mayor's discretion to actually call that. And so
Would
it'd be an
you-
emergency.
so would you do that for all the other boards, or would it just be for the council?
That could actually be written up so the mayor can do it for all the boards. If basically it falls, I mean, ideally would it be one set of rules and ordinances for all of us, and it's stemming from the mayor, from the city council. And if the mayor, or in the mayor's absence, the city manager declares a state of emergency, let's say, and we have to go remote, and then everybody would go remote.
Okay, I agreed with that. Thank you.
So let's do an easy one here, real quick. Presenters able to participate remotely? Yes? Easy. Okay. Go back to the first one. You know, this should come in front of us as an order, but I'd like to get at least a majority consensus on this one. It's a consensus right now that unless approval is granted by the city manager and the chair of the committee, everything will be in person, or is it just in person only?
Could you clarify the question again? Because I'm just looking at that last thing, and if we're talking about the public,
No, I was up at the front. I was still back at members.
Okay.
I just wanted to knock out the
Yeah.
middle one. As
okay, yeah, no,
easy.
that's fine.
So are members able to cast votes remotely and participate remotely as members? The choices are they have to be in person or remote based upon approval by the chair and the city manager.
There's all these different boards, and I'm thinking, like Phil talked about the planning board, and they're the closest to us and school board in terms of public participation. Some of the boards are less, they're eligible to have public participation, they just typically don't get as much public participation. And I guess if they're not voting, if they're not taking formal votes with quorums, then it's moot, sort of.
And the planning board has, I mean, if they don't have a quorum at the city or a school committee meeting, well, there's bigger problems. I can't remember a time where they haven't had quorum. And the planning board in their ordinance actually has your alternate members just in case of that. So, because planning board definitely needs to be there, in our opinion, I think, to vote and have that full presentation or experience, but. In person?
Yeah, I'm okay with the remote option. The thing is, when you have a remote option, you kind of open a can of worms about how do you have those people vote. And so I think if we do allow a remote option, I think we should have some language about what a vote means remote and how it's cast.
I agree that in person is a far superior experience, but I like the option of remote vote contingent on a quorum.
And just for clarification, the council's policy is that if there is a remote vote, that it's roll call vote, and so that there's an audible record.
So why don't we write it up, that only remote authorized by permission, only to meet quorum, and all of the rules follow. That way we got a backup. I mean, I don't see this eventuality happening, frankly, because there's enough checks and balances already. but it does provide something just in case, but it's far-fetched. Public, able to participate remotely, yes or no?
I would say yes on, major issues like planning board meetings in which you got to put them in 2 rooms because there's so many in person. A lot of people just aren't comfortable, even now, still people uncomfortable being in a large crowd. So I don't have a problem with remote participation by them. That's their choice, really.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
I agree, yes.
Okay, so why don't we allow it, but let's put some caveats there, okay, if you guys are all up for it. The caveat is if upon room in-person registration is filled, or due to a pre-existing medical condition that, your earlier slide, making accommodations, you can have that option only for city council, planning board, school committee makes their own rules for those 2 bodies. No. Oh. No, unless, only if a demonstrated medical exemption or there is no room capacity space. No space. So both rooms are booked. And we do have that policy in place. We do have that mechanism, correct? I mean, you're doing registrations and so forth. When we're full and you can default. Yeah.
And I think that it should probably be a really special case. Like, it shouldn't be the norm that we're gonna have this.
Okay, special case. Or are we all good with that suggestion? Only upon max physical capacity or special medical, I can't remember the term. Hey, listen, if you're against it, this still has to come back for a vote and further amendment. We're just trying to find a direction here to narrow this down. So, okay.
Got it. I think that is it. So staff will work on drafting these policies up and get those back before you for review.
Just one last thing. You're going to see multiple ordinances. So this isn't something we're going to turn around really quick because every board, committee, or commission has an ordinance that needs to have that language modified. So we'll be drafting all of that back up before you. And I would like to, before we workshop it, I want to make sure I have an opportunity to talk to those board chairs just to make sure this is where we're headed, this is the direction, just so that if there's something else that we might have missed that they might be able to weigh in on, I can make sure I bring that back before you for consideration.
I assume that all those ordinances would just say to refer to the city's policy.
So it actually has to be, you currently don't have a policy, I believe you have an ordinance, right, on that, or an order that allows for it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. You have an order.
Yeah, so we would actually look to get this right into ordinance.
A lot of housekeeping. Okay. Next, we have an executive session, which is on economic development pursuant to 1 MRSA, Section 405, in which a premature disclosure would prejudice the competition or bargaining position of the city. Do I have a motion? I have a motion from Council Gary, second from Council Walker. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved 7-0. We're now in executive session. Before we go off air, we have 3 executive sessions. We will not be coming back live in workshop. We'll go right to the city council meeting at 7 o'clock. So please stand up, stay right there, whatever, we're gonna get right to it. We don't save the good for last. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of September 6, 2022. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have one consent item on tonight's agenda, confirming Chief Mamon's appointment of Corey David as constable with firearm for the Auburn Police Department. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Councilor Staples, second from Councilor Walker. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Passes 7-0. Next on the agenda, the minutes of the August 15th, 2022 regular City Council meeting. Are there any corrections? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the August 15th, 2022 meeting. Got a motion from Councilor Walker. Do I have a second? Second by Councilor Milks. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. Now on to communications, presentations, and recognition. And we're going to start off with recognition. So, City Council, members of the public, residents of Auburn, we have the rare and very special opportunity this evening to recognize an outstanding young man from our community. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to everyone Landon Kugel, lifelong Auburn resident and incoming senior. Incoming senior, actually, yeah, senior now. You're not even incoming, you're already in, huh? Senior at Everett Little High School. I'd like to bring Landon back here. He recently had an experience that very few people ever get to have. Landon spent a month this summer as a United States Senate page. And here is kind of why that's a little bit meaningful. During each session of the U.S. Senate, senior senators from each state, Senator Collins in this case, nominated a high school student through a highly competitive application process. Only 30 positions are available for the 100 senators. Landon was nominated by Maine Senator Susan Collins. The 30 pages selected from across the United States, 15 male, 15 female, live in a dormitory 2 blocks from the Capitol complex during the 4-week program. And as a page, Landon and his peers performed numerous tasks while in the Senate chamber, from collecting senators' speeches, preparing the chamber for Senate sessions, getting their dry cleaning and lunch. I added that. They didn't say that happened, but I bet it did. To delivering legislative material and assisting staffers on the Senate floor. And according to Landon, this experience provided me with an authentic front row seat to the inner workings of our government. I met with fellow interns, staffers, and senators themselves. I learned that our elected representatives are personable, human, and they're just like you and me. I can proudly say bipartisanship and cross-party interaction exist, and it is encouraging to see it in person. That sounds like an experience that very, very few people can have. So as he heads into his senior year and towards what I'm confident will be a very outstanding future academic career and a bright future, Landon says that he plans to pursue an education in public policy and law, and that his Senate page experience has affirmed his passion for both. So we want to join Landon in thanking Senator Susan Collins for nominating him and providing him with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to not just serve his country, but to serve his city and be a great role model for the rest of us here in Auburn. Is there an age cap? Seniors. Yeah. Councilor Walker, you can Councilor Whiting, too. I can't forget any of you guys. So this evening, we'd like to congratulate Landon. All fun and joking aside, it's a pretty big deal. And Landon, my personal message to you is, and I got gifts, because gifts are fun. I'll let you open this. This one I hope you use often. Wow, is there 2 things? You can use them both. Yeah, a gavel. So one day I'd love to see this sitting right up here. Okay, so Landon, you're going to use that in a second. Keep that handy. Second, this is the City of Auburn Mayoral coin. This is coming for our sesquicentennial. There's only 100 of these made, and it's authentic fake gold. We are on a budget. Sticker for your car. I'm sure you already have one of those by now. And then last but not least, I'd like you to keep a journal of all your public policy observations and your thoughts. You do this on the City of Auburn leather-bound fake journal with a nice pen. Actually, it's a beautiful pen. So all that's yours, Landon. If you could, everybody thank Landon. Join me in congratulating. Bill, you too. Huh? That's your whole point. You kneel down a little bit so I don't look so deficit height. Yeah, suck it in, guys. Chin up. As you're going to learn that in public policy. Got one. Twice. Okay. That was pretty fun. Thank you, Landon, for everything you've done. Next, the Spirit of America Award. So, I'd like to explain the Spirit of America Award. This is something that we do, and thank you, Kugel family. You guys should obviously be very, very proud of your son. Good job. So, our Spirit of America Award is something we do every year here in Auburn. Our community is filled with truly exceptional people, and each year Auburn joins more than 100 Maine municipalities in presenting the Spirit of America tribute to recognizing outstanding community volunteers. Our first Spirit of America Foundation tribute was presented in 1991, and Auburn joined the program in 2018. This year's tribute is truly bittersweet. It's well-deserved recognition for a pillar of our community, but sadly, it comes after his passing earlier this year. This year's Spirit of America Award winner is James Jimbo Marston, a graduate of Everett Little High School, class of 1983. He'd probably be embarrassed if I said that out loud. He spent much of his career working for Penmore lithographers. In more recent years, he became president of Uncle Andy's Digest, and he launched the popular LA Metro magazine, both of which are committed to sharing news, events, people, and stories of our region. And I'm sure everybody here, I know you read it every single month or quarterly. Jimbo could be seen out and about at nearly every community event with a big smile on his face. And in fact, it really wasn't a party or event without Jimbo being there. Jimbo became involved with the Make-A-Wish Maine Foundation in 2015 and thus began the Summer Block Party legacy. And through his epic annual event, Jimbo helped raise nearly $500,000, making it possible to grant countless wishes for sick children in Maine. And he wasn't just a business leader and a philanthropist. Jimbo was coach for many years. He was an active member of organizations like the LA Metro Chamber of Commerce, BNI, American Legion Post 153, and Rotary Breakfast Club. He was also a Make-A-Wish board member for 6 years, and his passion for his community showed in everything he did. And most of all, Jimbo loved spending time with his family, his friends, and his dogs. He passed away on June 14th of this year at the age of 57 after battling his third round of cancer. And he's deeply missed by his community, his friends, and his family. As his nomination said, you will not find a person more committed to their community than Jim Marston. And we couldn't agree more. And so on behalf of the Auburn City Council, for his vision, his dedication, and his love of his community, it's my honor to present the Spirit of America Award for 2022 to Jimbo's wife of 29 years, Suzanne, and Larry Roy, dear friend. Is Larry here? He couldn't make it? Suzanne, if you and your family could come up here today, thank you. Again, on behalf of the entire city of Auburn, thank you so much for the contributions that you and the sacrifices that you and your family have made on behalf of so many kids that we touch in this community. 81 kids.
This year, with the summer block party ending in August, they did a record 18 wishes. So that means in 8 years, the summer block party has been able to grant 81 wishes to kids in the state of Maine.
Another.
I'd also like to just take a moment and recognize the staff of Uncle Andy's Digest and LA Metro. If you could please stand up. Yeah, that's you guys. And just what you did, if I could just say a word on that one, what you all did, all the staff that's here, the family, Larry, all the volunteers, countless volunteers that made this year's block party, and everything you do to build community a reality, we could never express in the words. We could never give Spirit of America awards to what you do to bind our community together. And for that, on behalf of the City of Auburn, thank you, and keep up the good work. And we look forward to the dunk tank next year. Thank you all. Okay, moving on to the agenda tonight. Changing it on me, weren't you? We have communication. Age-friendly community committee potato giveaway report. Who would like to present that while I pull it up? Councilor Walker?
Yes. Trying to get back to it here. Anyways, it's a program that the Age-Friendly group decided we would like to partner with the Bell's Potato Farm. And it took us about 2 months to actually land it and then start doing it. We passed out about 4.5 tons of potatoes, and most all the potatoes went to all senior citizen groups. There was quite a few of other groups that we touched, the PAL, the Boys and Girls Club, and then some churches as well in the neighborhood in Auburn. And we're hoping to be able to move forward with even a bigger program this fall that will hopefully supply somewhere around 30,000 5-pound bags of potatoes. And that's if, of course, the city can help us by using some of the programs for the needy to feed the people that do not have everything they need to be able to afford this. So it's a program that we felt that was important to get started, especially for those that did not have the money to go to the store and buy the potatoes that we gave away. So hopefully this council will support me and the people there that have put this program together. And if it wasn't for the Bell's family and the Bell's farm, this wouldn't have been possible, tell you the truth, because that 4.5 tons of potatoes were all free. They gave them to us, all packaged, washed, and ready to go. And I trucked them wherever they needed to go, and hopefully the city will help me a little bit going forward to get them out and get them to the places that we really need to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's that Bell's Farm. Please pass our thanks on to that. That is the type of things that probably should get people nominated to the Spirit of America Award for next year. Okay, that's a huge help to our community. Next, communication. I'd like to announce, and I'm going to read off, just real briefly, a memorandum. It's in your packet as well. I am forming a mayor's ad hoc committee to develop permit-ready housing plans for the city of Auburn. As Auburn continues to experience high demand for multiple housing types, coupled with our continual comprehensive plan implementation, we're faced with multiple questions on what type of home, how many units are allowable, and who could design such a building are becoming very common. We're also faced with residents' justified concerns that new construction will not fit into their current neighborhood aesthetic. In order to alleviate neighborhood concerns and provide a guide to builders, I am forming an ad hoc committee charged with the following. Develop shovel-ready building plans that will be offered as permit-ready and free of charge. Several plans will be developed for each of the following categories: townhome-style homes, standalone or up to a 4-pack, detached ADUs, auxiliary dwelling units, accessory, single-family homes on historically non-conforming lots, minimum road frontage, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. The makeup of this committee will be as follows: 2 residents from each of our 5 wards, 2 planning board members chosen by either the chair or by vote of the body. The city staff is deemed appropriate by the city manager, and a paid architectural firm to be chosen through city policy. I've asked the city manager to present an RFP and budget for the architectural firm at our next meeting for council approval. Time frame will be determined by the ad hoc committee, but the goal is to submit plans to the planning board for approval or modification by February of 2023. While choosing a plan from this list shall not be a mandatory condition of construction. By offering these shovel-ready plans free of charge to builders, the intent is to expedite and make new construction more cost-effective while guiding style to what is acceptable within the neighborhoods that they will be built within. So to expand, that's the end of that memo. To expand just slightly on some of this, if anybody would like to be part of this throughout the city of Auburn, email me, constituents, interested parties. The concept in layman's term is to create a set, if you would, a style sheet that talks about the different types of siding, colorations, aesthetics, ADUs, and provide people, especially those that are trying to get ahead, if you would, some shovel-ready plans that have those pre-approved aesthetics that are permit-ready. That saves them several $1,000s. If someone, for example, wants to tear down their garage and build a carriage house, but they don't know where to start, who do we contract? How do you get off that ground? By eliminating this challenge and roadblock, we can provide a shovel-ready plan, within reason, for a carriage home that fits within our zoning, that allows that individual to build it, okay, and fit into the aesthetic of the neighborhood, but also to start helping solve the housing crisis right at home. And the individuals, I believe, are going to actually be the main drivers in solving the housing crisis versus government or large developers. So that's the concept. Will it evolve? Will it change? Absolutely. Is this a great opportunity for having residents get involved with guiding the forward look of their neighborhoods? Absolutely it is. And anybody, regardless of support or opposition to zoning efforts, should try to get involved as we move through this, because it could be a huge help, and frankly, it's needed. Is there any questions from the council on this before we move on? But I would like to have all the applications in no later than September 19th. Nothing? Very good. We'll move on to further communications. Council communications, I just have one additional communication. Blues and Brews Festival, Main Street, September 10th, from 1 to 7. It's going to be great. We have 6 breweries from around the state of Maine, all local, and Nonsuch and Masons, which will be local soon, as well as Baxter. 5 different bands, 3 different food trucks. Main Street will be blocked off. Please park in the parking garage or the surface lots and the surface spaces. Bring your own lawn chair, and the weather's going to be perfect, and it's free. I didn't say it's free. So, and all ages are allowed, obviously over 21, to have any alcoholic beverages. So that's my communication. We'll start off to the left. If anyone else has communications, Councilor Staples.
Sure, thanks. So additionally, on Saturday, September 10th, I just wanted to let people know that the Androscoggin Land Trust will be holding its 13th annual Androscoggin River Cleanup. It starts at 9 a.m. over on the Lewiston side of the river here at the Lewiston's Farmers Market on Oxford Street. It goes from 9 to noon.
I'd like to just let the people know that are here tonight that August 30th, we had a United New Auburn Association meeting at Rowley's Diner, and we asked the city manager to come there and be the person that people could ask questions to and give a little study on what we have here in the city of Auburn. And as always, he comes there, or whoever the speaker may be, with their own thoughts and ideas to get the people involved. And you didn't make it there, you missed a great night, because the city manager can he can stand there for 3 hours talking with the public because the public excites him and he excites the public. So the next time that I put it out on Facebook and half the world that he's coming, please, if you've got the time to come down and be part of the United New Auburn evening, and you'll enjoy it, trust me, because you can ask any question, you can make any statement you'd like, and at the end of the night, we will all walk out of there liking and loving each other, because that's the way that the United New Auburn Association works, and we want you to feel comfortable, and also any speaker that may show up. And Phil Crow is a heck of a speaker, so I want to say thank you, Phil, for that. Age Friendly has their meeting 13th of September, 6 o'clock. That's at the Senior Center at Pettingill Park. Anyone's welcome to come and listen to us. There's usually 13 of us that are sitting there debating things that we'd like to do, things that we should do, things that we wish we had $1 million to do. So you're welcome to come and listen to us anytime. Senior Community Center, Pettingill Park, September 13th, 6 o'clock. Thank you.
I was contacted by a constituent, a resident of Auburn, in regards to their 6-year-old son. He's trying to save money for a guitar, and tried to respect the rule of law and came to City Hall looking for a permit to just run a little lemonade stand. And counterproductive to their goals, the permit was $200 for their 6-year-old son. So, me being the father of a 6-year-old, I've asked Councilor Hawes, who's also the father of young boys, to co-sponsor an ordinance that we're still working on language with, that we will try to present at the next city council in regards to what's appropriate, waiving that $200 permit fee for little boys who are trying to earn money to play the guitar. And girls, equal opportunity. Anybody that's just trying to observe the right way to do things, I'm proud to give that little boy a voice in this instance, and would like to write up a new ordinance that you'll see at the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Manager.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. I figured I would give part of my report during this session because the place gets empty at the end of the meeting, so I want to make sure you're hearing some of this. So, and it has to do with our workforce. I think it's important for the public to hear about the challenges that we are having. We're not unlike what you're hearing or seeing in our community. If you try to go out to eat on a Sunday evening and you have to call ahead just to see if the restaurant's open, we're having the same challenges. So we have about 30 vacancies within the city of Auburn currently. Majority of those are within the police, fire, and public works departments. Those are challenging jobs to fill, and we are faced with service impacts. And so it's difficult when we have staff members that come in to work one shift and they're being forced to work multiple shifts just to fill vacancies. That means that if you're coming in for a 24-hour shift with the fire department, you might be staying 72 hours to fill the vacancies. So that's what we currently are faced with. We are working on numerous different initiatives. We're working with our unions on this matter as well. We are in constant contact with our union reps to look at how best we can recruit and also retain our quality staff that we currently have. It's challenging. Like if any of you are business owners or even in the jobs that you might have, you're seeing the same challenge. The city's doing the same. That does impact our services. We are working up plans for what would winter plowing look like with a reduced workforce. How does that impact priority streets? How does that impact schools, walk routes, all those concerns? But I want to make sure the public is aware of that and that we are working on it. We are participating in about every job fair recruitment option that's out there. We have open shadowing that's going on within every department so that people can come in and see what local government work looks like. and we're promoting the vacancies that we do have as best as we can. But that does impact what you might be seeing within the community. It's a direct, majority of our function here at City Hall is done with staff. And so when you have that kind of a reduction in staff, it's going to impact services. We're doing our best to keep the public-facing departments staffed up to be able to meet the demands that you have when you come in the clerk's office, tax office, planning department. But those are where we're seeing struggles as well. But know that we're working on that, and we'll do our best in promoting our hours of service, any reduction in service that you might see, making sure that we're putting that out there ahead of time so the public will be aware of it. That's it, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Now, we're going to go to our first open session of the night. Members of the public are invited to speak to the council about any issue directly related to city business which is not on the agenda. Members that would like to speak, please do so by stepping up to the podium. I ask that you state your name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Excuse me. I'd also like to add, as mayor, pursuant to 3.3 of our ordinance, the mayor is the presiding officer. I've been asked by several councilors, I do believe it's good, I'm bringing this up, that we remind the public that our first open session is limited to 45 minutes. Our second open session does not have a time cap. So if there's anyone that does not get a chance to speak during our first open session, you will have a chance to speak on the second. Furthermore, I'd like to remind everybody that individual criticisms of either elected, appointed, or regular citizens is not to be allowed, and this is not the mechanism or the place for those types of personal comments, critiques, or anything. It's too close of a line on human resources, and we'd rather not have that. If you are trending in that direction, obviously, we'd like to remind you to stay on topic and address business and not to go down that road towards individuals. So with that said, start the timer now. Thank you.
Stephen Beal, 575 Johnson Road. I have a question of the mayor. Is it contemplated that there will be an opportunity for public comment on new agenda, new business matter number 4, the repeal of the Grayson Road zoning watershed overlay protection district zoning? Is there to be public comment at that time?
There's always public comment on every agenda item, sir.
Thank you.
Pam Russo, 745 West Auburn Road. I have a request. I went in to look at all of the different YouTube videos to go back to when all this started, and of course everybody's wearing their masks. There's nobody in the building, in the room other than you guys. And I can't hear it. I know that even on like if I was listening to the YouTube right now, it would be very difficult to hear. And you don't have the closed captions available, so I can't see that either. And I'm just asking that you up the volume and you make it so that even if we go back, we at least can see the closed caption. So I'm just, for those of us who like to go back and listen to things, it would be very helpful. And the other thing that I usually do here is just remind everybody that Taylor Pond is on the chopping block also.
Scott Berry, 179 Davis Avenue, and do I have permission to give you, the councilors, these photos so they can follow me?
If you could please give it to the clerk.
Okay. I'm here tonight in favor of the Auburn new zoning, which will end exclusionary zoning, which will ultimately help end racial discrimination in the housing market, plus open up entrepreneurship to many who were locked out of elevating themselves to a higher standard of living for themselves and their family. With the zoning change, a single mom could open a business in her home to help raise her family. A family that is just living a little above the poverty level could open a business in their home to lift them way above poverty level. A senior on a limited income that own their home could also start a small business to help make ends meet. All this is a positive for everyone instead of restricting them, and there are more positives with the new zoning, but I only have 3 minutes to talk. The leaders of the community must be mindful not to devaluate property while considering the zoning changes. Here is what I would like answers to. I did this generically. This building is in the residential zone. Look at the sign. That's a brand-new sign. Before, this building was not intrusive. Now I feel this building is intrusive. If you look at the glare on the road, that glare goes to the next house across the way. Do you think it devaluated that house or not? It may not have. Ask yourself that. There's another sign on the other side of the building, the same thing, new sign. Did that devaluate the building across the way? These people cannot have their shades up at night. They gotta look at that. I would ask you, I heard you tonight about having a committee about the aesthetics, especially about signs and about the illumination. And I would ask you to consider yourself if you want this next to your home. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Mr. Barry, if I could, you're talking about zoning in general?
I'm talking zoning in general, yes.
Okay.
The new zoning, with the new zoning you're bringing in.
Then I have to apologize, just in the future. That
Yeah.
needs to be not an open session, but under the topic in the agenda item.
Okay.
Okay,
But that's for the signs and illumination, which you are
Got it.
separate.
We got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Dunn. I live at 530 Court Street. I have a request potentially for a new ordinance to be written. The ordinance would involve not just strongly encouraged meetings with planning staff, business people, and/or developers with residents in the community, but perhaps be a requirement. So that if a developer or a business or person wants to come into the neighborhood and create a new business or ask for a new development and or apartment complex per se to be developed, that maybe a required meeting with the public should be in order rather than just strongly encouraged. And I say this after going to the last two planning board meetings where I heard of Hammond Lumber having a conversation with the residents, which helped them to decide what may or may not happen in that neighborhood. Also, at the last planning board meeting, there was a discussion of a pet groomer business that wanted to develop into a boarding situation where there was a strongly encouraged and actually happened a meeting with the residents of that neighborhood and the business owner and the planning staff. So when I asked planning board, how do we make it a requirement? They said, talk to your city council. So here I am asking my councilor, Mr. Milks, and all of you together, think about whether or not a required meeting might be helpful to include all of the residents of a neighborhood to have a say in what might work there. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'd like to close this first open session of the night. We move on to unfinished business, which we have none. Now on to new business. First is resolved 04-09062022, accepting the final report from the Public Safety Building Ad Hoc Committee. Do I have a motion?
So
Motion
moved.
to accept.
A motion from Councilor Gary, second from Councilor Walker. Open this up to the public for comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this topic? If so, please come to the podium, name, address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Council, is there any comments, debate? Councilor?
Yeah, reading the resolve, there's a language saying that the final report and recommendation was presented to the Auburn City Council on September 16th. Seems like that should be August, right?
That's August. Yeah, that was August 16th.
So I guess or August 15th rather. I make a motion to amend that language to read August 15th.
I got a motion to amend the language on the second to last paragraph.
Second.
Second by Councilor Milks. All those in favor of the amendment? Passes 7-0. Good catch.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Manager?
so I don't
It was
believe
August
that would have been the right date. It would have been August 15th, would have been the council meeting.
Yeah, that's what we had. We had it
Oh, August 15th. I
Yep.
thought somebody said 16th.
No, we got, go.
Yep, thanks.
Janet corrected it.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay. Is there any other debate, conversation, discussion? None being, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of the resolution, please raise your hand. Okay. Passes 7-0. Next is Resolve 05-09062022, supporting the Center Street Safety Action Plan grant application. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Staples, second from Councilor Walker. I'll open this up to the public for comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? If so, please step up to the podium, state your name, address, limit your comments to 3 minutes. This is in reference to showing support for the city manager, city staff, to go to Augusta and actually work on getting some of the infrastructure money to make Center Street better. Okay, nobody from the public would like to go ahead and ask for a vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? None? Passes 7-0. Next is Resolve 06-09062022, addressing the current housing shortage in Auburn by seeking an opinion from the Planning Board to consider eliminating income standards and current strip zoning limitations in areas outside of the Lake Auburn watershed overlay. Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept.
Motion from Councilor Walker, second from Councilor Milks. Open this up to the public for comment, but I will state one clerical error. There was an omission on this, and I'd like to ask after public comment that it reads, that the Planning Board is to consult with the Sustainability Natural Resources Board and any other appropriate boards, commissions, and committees. That was an omission by accident. So I'll ask for that after when we get to it. Is there anybody in the public that would like to comment?
My name's Pam Rousseau, 745 West Auburn Road. I just had a couple of questions. Well, I know that I was reading this, and it's difficult to do this, and oh, here it is. One of the things that I feel like this does, it says that the numerous requests must be heard, but will produce a significant burden upon staff and the planning board. I don't think that is a reason to make an overall change in the ag zone. I don't believe that is necessary. We need our ag zone. I work at the Historical Society, and I've seen a lot of things. You know how prices are going up. I'm on that committee of the natural resources, and we need our ag zone, and that's something that we can never get back. So I'm not in favor of this. One of the other things, it says they have to, my question is, how does one demonstrate, let's see, it goes down, right, zone can demonstrate that any development will not negatively impact the region's primary source of the drinking water. And I don't know how's that going to happen. I've driven along BJ's, and I don't know if you've noticed that big cement wall that they put up not that long ago. I mean, it may seem a long time, but it really isn't. And it's all falling apart, and there's big holes in it and big gaps in it. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, what's going to happen? Because they're not keeping what they think they were keeping on with that I don't know, cement wall or whatever it is. So I ask that you vote not in favor of this. And it was wonderful that it was Leroy Walker about all the potatoes. We take our ag zone away. Where are you going to get more potatoes?
Is there any other comments?
Hi, Victoria Ballou, 106 Loxley Road.
Victoria
Ballou, 106 Loxley Road. In looking at this, consider eliminating the current strip zoning limitations Do you have consultants that you're working with on this and what that might look like?
I'm sorry, we don't enter into a back and forth or a debate on this one, but we could, I'm trying to take notes, and we'll address that during the normal debate.
Okay, so what would be the plan? And instead of just passing that, I would think you'd want to know what the plan would be to make the decision. Thank you.
Jane Costello, 104 4th Street. And I'm delighted to hear that there's going to be an amendment to the last provision in this resolve. I'm a member of the Conservation Commission, and I'm also on the Sustainability and Natural Resources Board. And those are groups of citizens from Auburn who want more than anything to be able to bring their concerns and their expertise to the really tough questions that we're dealing with in Auburn in terms of balancing the need for housing and also protecting natural resources and the lake and our forests and so forth. So I'm delighted to hear that this is going to be included in the process, and that ought to include a robust series of conversations with the existing committees and the planning board about the impacts of any resolve like this, any resolution like this. I did want to point out that there is an error in this resolve in the section which references the 2018 third-party crossroads study regarding the elimination of the income standard. And that's, of course, at the heart of this resolve. It is the fact, I went back and checked this, because my memory's not so good to remember this, but I knew that this has been at the heart of this. They did, in fact, recommend doing away with the income standard, but they also recommended putting in other terms, other considerations to make sure that the people who were building houses were, in fact, farming, whether it was potatoes or llamas or cheese or, whatever. And I just think that that's perhaps a minor omission here, but it's really important to realize that they didn't just say, get rid of the income stipulation. They said, get rid of that, but replace it with something else. That's my point.
And ma'am, just to be very, very clear, that I apologize, that was my omission. In my second draft, it didn't make it from the first. So
Okay.
I apologize, I own that one.
Good.
Good evening. Bruce for you, 85 Mary Carroll Street in Auburn. I don't have a lot of opinion about whether or not the income requirements in the ag zone are good or bad. The only reason I'm standing up here is for the last paragraph in the on that first page. Whereas the Lake Auburn watershed requires conservation measures, it goes on to say that if this will be eliminated and people can go to the planning board and get it overruled and have a change made by the planning board. And then it says, demonstrate that development will not negatively impact region's primary source of drinking water. So when you get into that, you're getting into studies, you're getting into engineering, you're getting into all kinds of things where if somebody wants to build or do something in that ag zone in the watershed, it becomes very, very complicated. And I'd be all in favor of what's going on here except for that paragraph. If we get that paragraph out, I think it would make this a much better document. Thank you.
No other comments I'm going to bring back to the council. Council, there's a couple questions here that members of the public brought up. I'd like to just answer them very quickly. First of all, in the resolution, the last sentence actually is a reinforcement of what the will of the people and this council is, to make it extremely difficult, high barrier to develop anything or to get your zoning change within the watershed overlay. This is a reinforcement that you must demonstrate that there will not be any negative adverse effect. Right now, you can put forth a petition for 25 signatures to change your land anywhere in the city from any zone to another zone. That is your right. It's chartered. It's an ordinance. This resolution reaffirms the fact that the watershed's important. You must demonstrate, and to Mr. Rio's point, extremely hard to demonstrate that you will not do harm, okay, by building or developing within the agricultural land inside of the Lake Auburn watershed, by intent, okay? So I want to make sure the council, we understand that portion. Second, just to bring in, there was a couple questions about inclusion. We talked about adding in language in a motion to amend for the other committees. I will say that there is a deadline, I just want to explain this too, in here. You know, we're looking at December. Now, that could be extended by planning board if they need more time, but we do have a looming deadline with LD 2003. If LD 2003 takes effect and we let that sunset on July 1, what then happens is we have no protections whatsoever from allowing individuals to build up to 2 units of housing in any area in which a residence is allowed. So unless we start working on this now, what you'll see happen on July 1, and I don't have the answers. Okay, Crossroads report back in 2018, preceding my time as mayor, most of our time on the council, has a lot of suggestions. The SNRB is definitely going to be critical. If they need more time, great, but this is something that needs to be on us, with us, before that second reading, or second reading before the end of June. Okay, if not, then we have a lapse. And that is not a good thing when we're doing about management. Or else, in theory, what you could get is every single 10-acre lot, because minimums still apply, right? Acreage minimums still apply. You can get a house or 2 houses on every 10-acre lot throughout the agricultural zone, watershed or not watershed. So this is what we're trying, and everything else we're doing in order to build good, smart barriers around it with septic standards and so forth will actually help control that growth and focus it in growth areas and not in the agricultural zone, in or out of the watershed. That's why it's fairly urgent to look at this now. So that's the preamble here. I want to thank Councilor Milks and Councilor Walker for really saying, okay, we got to address this now. It's our duty to. The negative would be tremendous if we did not. So with that, open it up for any questions, comments, or debate. Councilor Staples, we'll start over here.
Sure. So I like the inclusion of the SNRB. I think it's it's pertinent to bring them into this.
Would you like to make that motion and get it done?
Yeah. Why don't I do that? Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to amend. Oh boy, which one is it?
The last paragraph.
Is it? Thank you. The last paragraph of this to say that the city council directs the planning board with consulting the Sustainability and National Resource Board to provide an opinion.
Okay.
Second.
Got a second from Councilor Whiting. All those in favor of the motion to amend? Passes 7-0. Okay.
So can I keep going?
Oh, please.
Thanks.
Please.
Okay, so I've gone over and over and over this all weekend. I feel as though there's some things here that I think if you look at the ag zone, I think the income standard is problematic, but I think there's other problems too. The thing that gets me here is if you remove one thing, then you might create a secondary problem by not addressing it with something else. So to say that you just want to do this but not look at other things, that to me that gets tricky. So I guess I would just say that I would want the planning board to look at the the agriculture and resource protection zone, and take a look at it and not just that one thing. Another thing that really kind of the deadline of December 15th, I went to a planning board meeting in June where we gave the planning board a deadline of July, whatever it was. Every single person on the planning board was angry about that deadline. I understand that we have the 2003.
Would you like to make a motion to amend?
I'm working on this. I'm getting to it. So 2003, it takes place in July 1st.
July 1.
July 1st. Okay. So looking at the calendar, I see March as what I think is a reasonable time frame. It gives us time to act on whatever happens from this. March 14th is the planning board meeting for March. So I'd like to make an motion to amend that the deadline be changed from December 15th, 2022 to March 15th, 2023.
The Ides of March, really?
You got it. Well, we could say the 14th.
Is that hold
second
on.
that.
When's our meeting?
Our meeting is, it would be the 20th?
Can we do delivered to the city council by the 20th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Delivered. So I got a motion on the floor to amend the resolution, changing the deadline to state delivered recommendations. I'm going to take a little literary license. Deliver recommendations to the city council no later than March 20th. That's one motion. I have a second from Councilor Whiting.
Yep.
All in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-1. Second, there's one thing I want to address here. This is a resolution, whether or not so the recommendations of the planning board, wanted to keep it fairly tight in this, and when we were discussing this, keeping it tight in order to give them the ability to address certain topics before deadline. You're moving the deadline back. I want to keep this vague, I recommend you keep this vague for the planning board so they can direct and do their work, but not get too lost in the weeds. And this is coming from someone who's been neck deep and inherited the ag issue back in 2018. Okay, I understand how circular this can get. We do have a natural deadline of July 1, which is positive. I'm just concerned that you're giving this board maybe too broad of a directive. But if there's something in here you want to change on that, if you wanted to add, whether or not to eliminate the income standard and current strip zone limitations, as well as any other recommendations you feel needed, that's fine. I think they'll do it anyways, okay, because they're a very thoughtful body, and you're on some of those debates too. So I'll leave that for you guys to think about for right now, if you wanted to add that language or leave it as is, knowing that we'll probably get some more feedback back. Okay? If not, we'll move on. Is there any other comments, what you think about this? Debate? Councilor Moore?
Yeah, I have, we have LD 2003 looming, and I appreciate the extension because I think it really gives the planning board and the sustainability and natural resources committee an opportunity to really kind of flesh through all the information. And I would also say that I think they should pay close attention and be sensitive to the best soils in the ag zone because agriculture is fundamental to this community. But we need to come up with a resolution because if we don't resolve by July 1st, the gloves are off and things will go into motion very quickly and it will be out of our control. So I'm optimistic that those two bodies can get together and find a balance that's appropriate for the community.
Any other comments? None being. There was one other comment from the public and I feel like I'm not addressing it. Council, is there anything else that you wanted to address that came from the public that I'm missing?
Were you addressing the income standard replacing something else?
Oh, yes, there was. I think it was. Thank you. Yeah, there was several different criteria to replace with, whether it be the state ag standard or just avoiding all soils of state significance, which is already mapped. So there's different things. So hopefully that will all come up. And I am entrusting in the SNRB to actually bring those alternate issues up so they can be addressed. So I just want to make sure that's covered. Councilor Staples?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up one other thing. So we're talking about the FB environmental report that we saw last. So to bring up the FB environmental report that we saw at the last meeting, the one recommendation that they made for the Lake Auburn watershed was that there would be zero development of the agriculture and resource protection zone. So one thing in here that does allow for people to potentially build there, I feel as though it's just problematic to me to say we have an agriculture and resource protection zone, and inside of this watershed it has different rules. So I guess I would like to see a recommendation to add on to this. So I want to make a motion that we're going to add on to this to come up with a solution for the Lake Auburn watershed, whether maybe that's a different zone.
Well, I don't want to take away from your motion. I agree with you. that we were going to entertain that in our next meeting to kind of keep the topics relative. That way it coincided with our future votes on the septic standard as well as a 3-acre minimum. But it was recommended, and has been recommended for quite some time, that the agricultural resource protection zone actually change to a conservation zone.
Right.
Where no building is allowed, period. Okay, that is a planning board thing. We do have to send that recommendation. It's up to you. You can make whatever motion you want.
I retract my motion.
Say again?
I retract my motion.
And then let's make sure we have a point in our next meeting that we actually have a separate resolve doing this. Okay,
Yes.
because it does need to happen. Our thinking was when we're planning this out that it would coincide. There'd be, kind of some holistic approaches with different things by like, okay? But yes, it's a great point. It needs to happen. And again, one of the reasons that last sentence is there is to discourage this from being used as justification within the watershed until that's solved. So at this point, I'd like to ask for a vote. All those in favor of the resolve, please raise your hand. 3, 4. Those opposed to the resolve? Making motions to amend and voting against? Passes 4-3. Interesting. Next is a referred ordinance 0803072022 that was adopted by the City Council on 3/21/2022, amending the zoning map and adjusting Article 12, Division 4, Section 60-751, Lake Auburn Watershed Overlay District. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Milk, second.
Second.
Councilor Hawes. Open this up to the public for comment. Any members of the public like to speak, please state your name, address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Stephen Beal, 575 Johnson Road. First, I would like to commend the city clerk for a very excellent memorandum of information for the councilors, which does a great job summarizing the history of this petition activity and where we are now procedurally. Secondly, I believe there is a factual error in the wording that needs to be corrected. The maps are presently correct, but the definition of the parcel still contains the reference to 148 acres, which was in there when this matter first came up before the planning board in January. There was an amendment made by the council, Councilor Staples, seconded by Councilor Gary at the second council meeting in March, which removed the Grace Lawn landfill area. That's a separate parcel identified as 159 Grace Lawn Road from the area to be rezoned. That amendment passed 7-0, which the principal motion then to change the zone then passed 4-3. But the reference to the 148 acres has never been changed. I believe that it's now been determined by the planning board, by the Planning and Permitting Department, that that parcel comprises 28 acres approximately with the 100-foot perimeter around the actual defined parcel. Is that correct, Mr. Cousins? Yes. Okay, so the number should be 120 acres. Is that correct? That's yes? Okay. I'm not a member of the committee which was advocating for this petition, which determined the petition. I've been supportive of it. The matter is now before the council to do one of two things: either repeal the ordinance that was passed in March, or to decline to repeal and put it out to a public referendum. It might seem that those who are circulating the petition and those supporting it would be in favor of the council immediately repealing. But there's been so much controversy about this matter over the last 6 or 8 months. A lot of letters to the editor, some public and some private comments, some pleasant, some not so pleasant, that I think that the matter would better be referred to the public for its determination by a public vote, because that will give the public a lot more confidence in whatever result is obtained. Maybe the changed ordinance will be sustained. Maybe it will be voted to be repealed. But either way, the public will gain a great deal more confidence in that result than if the council were to take action tonight, not knowing what future actions may lie in the immediate future. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Okay, council. 1 second. I'm just looking at this just to get some clarification on the 148. It does seem like hold on one second. The actual order repealing? Okay. Shall repeal the ordinance, city council. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Sue, if that omission in the acreage count from 148 to 120, post the amendment, if it's verified, I think it is, I remember it very distinctly. No, this 148. Does that affect the repeal process or not repeal process? If it is an error, it's still about the map parcels and the ordinance in which it was passed, even if that ordinance had a miscounted acreage, correct? But at the end of the day, I'm reading the referendum language. It's very clear, and everybody should obviously remember this one. Amending the zoning map, shall the following zoning ordinance and map adopted by the City Council on March 21st, 2022 be repealed? Ordinance 08-0307-2022. So regardless of the actual verbiage in that ordinance that we passed that night, it was asked to be repealed. Okay, clear. Sure. That's been suspended, everything's duly noted by the clerk, and now the option for us here right now is a yes vote to repeal it, which is outlined in charter, and what does the petitioners want? What the petitioners who signed this signed for is for repealing. So, repealing of the ordinance. Is there any other comments or debates on this?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have concerns about not sending it to the voters because I am concerned that we will come forward with some sort of replacement language, which may create even further turmoil, given the lawsuit against the water district on this subject. And it makes no sense to me, given that lawsuit, the status of that lawsuit, for us to be doing anything other than sending it back to the voters.
It never was at the voters to begin with, just a point of clarification. Any other, since we're on that, is there any other comment on no, non-support for this ordinance?
Just a point of order. What we're voting on here is to repeal the ordinance as voted on. So a yes vote would be to repeal, a no vote would be to send to voters.
No other comment. Is there anybody that would like to speak in favor of repeal? If not, I'll ask for a roll call vote at this time. And again, I'm sorry, reminder, yes votes to repeal this. No does not. That means by default we go to the voters.
Counselor Milks,
Yes.
Counselor Moran,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Counselor Staples,
No.
Counselor Gary,
No.
Counselor Whiting,
No.
Counselor Hawes.
Yes.
It's repealed by a vote of 4-3. Next is order 125-0906-2022, allocating $1.5 million in American Recovery Protection Act money, funding for home relief. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Gary, second from Councilor Walker. Open this up to the public for comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? If so, please step to the podium and state your name and address. This is in reference, if you missed it, to the ability for the City Council to send a check for $300 to every resident that has filed for Homestead Exemption within the City of Auburn. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Mayor Levesque and Council. My name is Jackie Majerus Collins. I'm a homeowner at 30 Taylor Street in Auburn. I'm here to ask you to reconsider and not send out checks for $300 to homeowners, and in fact, instead, pool the money and use it collectively. For $1.5 million, we could do something that could benefit the entire community instead of what really amounts to a fairly small amount of money for homeowners. I know that there's lots of different projects that could benefit the town. One of the things that we're struggling with now as a community is homelessness.
$1.5 million might go quite a ways towards working on that problem. But that's not the only problem, it's just one suggestion. But I wish you'd think about it. It's not a permanent reduction in taxes. People, sure, I'd like an extra $300 like anyone else, but there's a lot more we could do if we pooled the money together. That's what I'm here to say. Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the public who would like to speak on this? Not being
Sorry about that, a little slow to get up. My name's Ryan Smith. I live at 14 Weaver Street. I just want to say, it's not that I'm necessarily against doing this. I consider myself someone who believes that probably the government should get out of the way more times than often. And it doesn't make sense to me that we increase taxes by so much and then we're just going to use money to give it right back. It seems to create an unnecessary step in taxation. We would have been better off just reducing the taxes by 1.5 million. But with that said, I think a better solution to this would probably be adjusting the taxes on commercial properties, because based on my understanding of what happened was we reevaluated the residential property values, but we kept the commercial property values the same and then reduced the mill rate. So in essence, we made residential homeowners bear the extra spending done by the City of Auburn, which is a completely separate topic, but it still ties into this. So I think the better solution here is actually not this. It's actually to like reassess the commercial properties also so they can bear some of that burden of increased spending. But with that said, neutral on this, I just don't think it's the right solution. Thanks.
Dan Herrick, 470 Hatch Road. I appreciate what you people are trying to do, the $300, but it looks like every one of you got egg all over your face. Why don't you take that money and reduce the budget first? You wouldn't have this question today. This is what's sad. If this money was meant to help the citizens of this city, because it's obvious that residential property owners are paying the burden of a bloated budget that wasn't worked. Now, you people want to turn back $300? Keep your money. Use it for something other than what you're trying to do now, because it looks like every single one of you have egg on your face.
That's good. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak on this? If not, I'll bring it back to the body. So a couple things. There's a couple topics, and again, I want to make sure I'm not arguing for or against what anyone said, but I have to bring forth what the facts are. That's part of my job in the charter. Couple things, time frame on this, and I actually heard from a few other people via email, economists at a college, a local school, all stating that, make it more impactful, don't send checks out, okay, to individuals. So just to get that out there, I have received some comments. We didn't raise taxes, the council as in we in the city. This is a result of state reevaluation based upon 2019 sales data. Okay, that ratio had to be maintained. That wasn't on us. That was also set after the budget was passed by the city council. So that's what happened. State taxes or tax rates are not gauged or judged by the city council. It's state statute. Someone said, Mr. Smith, with regards to increased taxes on commercial, they were already at 100% valuation. They can't be at 110, 120. It's illegal. So you can't do that. If anything, the state's process is to make sure that taxes are distributed fairly across all classes and categories. So we're in an unfortunate position. Auburn's really the first ones to do this. And again, Auburn is a heavy commercial center that was already at 100%, and our residential increased. Now, if we would wait a year and do it next year, then our ratio would be based upon 2020 sales data. Significantly higher, significantly larger increase. Those municipalities who have not done it are actually going to, they kick the can down the road, and they will actually have to readjust. We built in a buffer by no fault of our own, or reason rather. So we're back here. I think that was all the questions. It wasn't about the budget. This all happened after the budget was finalized. The budget was well below inflationary increase, and it has been for the last 10 years. So, at least. So that time frame is important, I think, for this council to understand, okay? So going on that, I'll open this up to the council. Hopefully I addressed all the questions from the public so you can make your decision. Councilor Gary, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I disagree with the fact that we could have got our city budget lower. Just because the CPI or whatever was raised so high, granted, we might not have gone as high as that cap, but we still could have come down a little lower. Because if that percentage had been lower, we would have had to live within that means.
Are you in favor of the stimulus checks or the tax rebate checks?
As much as I want to support that, because I know there's a lot of people on a fixed income that could use this, but it's a one-time shot. In our charter, we can we can go back and do a supplemental budget. We can take this money, I'm pretty confident, or swap this money for other monies we have and lower the taxes.
I just have some concerns related to the remaining balance in the ARPA funds. I don't really know what we have left, and I think Councilor Gary makes a good point. I appreciate what former Councilor Herrick had to say. One of the reasons we didn't want to do it that way was because, as counseled by our city manager, you don't want to use this one-time money for recurring kind of expenses, because then you get locked into this, which isn't a good idea. It really should be for projects, capital, homelessness, whatever it might be, as opposed to, you know, all these municipalities and states are cutting taxes, and guess what? In a couple of years, when the fund money from the federal government disappears, they're going to be raising their taxes. And we don't want to be in that position. And I appreciate Councilor Herrick and Councilor Titus counseling us on you know, conservative budget practices. I don't think we did that great a job this year. I'm a rookie, and I didn't really, you know what I was doing, and that's no excuse, and I'll know better next year, I think, as will some of the other rookies. It's 4 out of 7 rookies on this council. So maybe we shouldn't do this.
Anybody else like to speak in favor or against? Councilor Moran first.
To echo Councilor Gary, I'm sensitive to people on fixed income. But listening to some of the people in the gallery speak, $300 one shot is going to really deplete the ARPA fund. And when we don't have that $300 next year, it's going to feel like a de facto $300 property tax increase. So I'm opposed to this. I could use $300 too. My taxes went up like everybody else's, and there was a little bit of alchemy and just kind of waiting to see what those results were going to be. And we all got the notification on the same day. So instead of using a single $300 shot to homeowners that qualify for the Homestead Exemption, so we start whittling down this group, I'd like to do something a little more impactful at a macro level for the community.
Councilor Staples, I believe.
Thanks. Yeah, so I also, sometimes I think we ought to have a revolving sign up here that lets us know what the ARPA fund balance is.
If you want, we have that number right now, if Mr. Manager could share that.
Sure.
So you have 2 items on the agenda. So if those 2 items were to pass, the 1.5 and the 225,000, that would leave $1,330,799 in the ARPA balance.
So going into today, we're around 3 million.
Going into today, you were $3,055,799.
Yeah. So it's to me, it's a really interesting task, right? I mean, so we have $3 million to spend from this ARPA fund, and you know, if we want to spend it responsibly, we want to make sure that we end up with something that doesn't give us a cliff where when that money is gone, it raises taxes substantially. So it's like the Brewster's Millions of tax games where we have to spend $3 million and have no tax bill to show for it at the end of the day. It's tricky, and I'd love to hear some constituents. I'd love to get an email or two for some ideas, what we could do with this money that would be an awesome idea, like something that we could add to the city. So if anybody has anything, please email me. We can bring these ideas to the city for using these funds. And in the meantime, you know, I'm torn about what to do tonight, because this 1.5 to me is, I feel that it could probably help some people, but on the other hand, I don't want to use $1.5 million to give people who don't really need the $300 a check. And it's too difficult a problem to do a means-based test on who gets it and who doesn't. So our solution is to send it out to everybody. So it's just a tricky question. But
Just remind, you know, going back, we funded over 25 separate ARPA projects to date. A good chunk of those, actually the vast majority of those, had a just direct either a public benefit, i.e. parks, playground, the outlet. It had a return on investment, i.e. money that's being invested. You'll see that later on tonight's agenda as well. That will produce a long-term generational return on investment, or that it offset from the budget one-time expenditures for upgrade, i.e. dark fiber upgrade, planning software upgrades, stuff that did not create a cliff. So we're very careful not to create a long-term cliff, and the positions we did bring in were contracted positions for a finite amount of time.
I didn't mean to imply that. I agree with what we've done. I didn't.
Yeah, I know. But for everybody to know, because you got to put this in context. It's not just a one-off type thing. We have to look at everything together and see what our balance or load bear is. So, is there any other comments on this, either pro or against, before I call a vote?
Could I ask the city manager to explain how many homeowners this would really help? We had a number all figured out there. I don't see it on mine. I can't get to it to stop on time. But you can tell us, I'm pretty sure, the numbers that the people it would help. And I've heard from a lot of people saying that this definitely could make a big difference. And I don't want to knock some of the money that we have spent, but when you talk about playgrounds, we have put aside one hell of a lot of money for playgrounds. And most of these homeowners that we're going to help out here are not going to use them playgrounds, I'll guarantee you. There might be a few of their grandchildren that use them, but my grandchild doesn't care if she swings on a swing set that's 40 years old at Pettingill Park, that has been there for more than 40 years, or go over to where we just put in a brand-new playground piece of equipment. Makes absolutely no difference to my granddaughter if she's down there doing it, or she's across the river doing it on something they just put in a week and a half ago. They're all beautiful to her. She just wants to swing. To the adults, it's a whole different story. They need this $300, and many of them need it, and many of them didn't go up $300. They went up $700, $1,200, $1,500. That's one hell of a lot of money for a person that's on a fixed income, and not give them $300 when we could have spent $1,500, $15,000, $150 million with our senior citizens, and we still wouldn't catch up for the years that they have given us everything we need that we have in this city. So I'm not voting against it because I wanted it to happen to start with.
Counselor, to answer your question, it's a moving target when it comes to how many. We believe it's going to be anywhere between 4,300 and 5,000. That moving target is that every day we get more applications on homestead exemption, that people didn't know that it was available to them. But there's also trusts, transfers of properties that happen after April 1st. So there's a lot of numbers there that are variables as we try to nail that down. But it'll be anywhere between 4,300 and we believe 5,000.
Total number of homestead exemptions out there. Councilor Moore.
I want to expound upon the city manager's comment because we discussed this in workshop, I think, last meeting, but I think it bears repeating, hoping there's more people at home watching this meeting. Please, if you're not aware if you've applied for homestead exemption or if you qualify, please check with City Hall and put in your application. They will hold your application until preceding spring, and that will be implemented. So I know that there's a lot of people not taking advantage of that program that is heavily subsidized by the state.
Not fully, but heavily.
Heavily.
They're still shorting us. Okay, I'm listening to everything here, and a couple salient points come up. I'm just going to throw this out there for your debate, your discussion, or consideration, that the compromise here might be on those that are most at risk. A motion to amend this for basically the $300 refund check. You're going to love this one. To only those who apply for homestead exemption that are over the age of 65. It is obviously not an arbitrary number. It's standard retirement age for that demographic. It's not perfect. Rough math, I believe that comes in at $600,000 based upon how many applications we've had so far for senior tax exemption, or projected senior tax exemption, which is also 65 if I'm not mistaken. So that is one way to compromise this. It's not the full amount, but it does address those that are more likely to be on a fixed income, more likely to be more burdened upon this tax increase. So I'll leave it at that. Is there any other debate, conversation, motions to amend? If not, I'm going to ask for a vote. Councilor Walker?
I'll make a motion to do that, but how do we know exactly what that number will be and how long before we'll know?
So, yeah, the mayor mentioned the tax stabilization program that the state passed with very little guidance. Even in that application, it's supposed to be 65 or older. There is no verification process on that. So staff is working through that right now. This would require an application process. It wouldn't just be eligible to any, to homestead. So we wouldn't be able to take that same process. There'd be an application process, people would need to submit it, staff would then need to determine how to verify and process.
Councilor Moore?
I'd like to go a little further down the rabbit hole here. The valuations are set, and if a senior citizen gets the tax stabilization, then that's going to be on this year's tax liability, correct?
That's correct.
I am more inclined, and I know this doesn't cover everybody that's been negatively impacted by the increase, and I have people in my ward that have talked to me and they say, well, I'm 62, that doesn't help me, and for that I'm sorry. But I would be much more inclined to vote for a 65 and over and forego my $300 and potentially even make it a larger sum, because we've got a smaller pool of people, to make that more impactful until they can take advantage of the tax stabilization.
And potentially a different sum could come later on, several months after we get a full understanding of what's going on, the state, the real estate market, potential future. So you would open yourself up as a council to further additions to that $300 if needed, if warranted, depending upon what we just don't know. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
If I could make a recommendation, that I believe that if the council's looking to amend this in any way, I'd recommend that you would table this tonight. We're talking about ARPA funds, which run under a whole different requirement when it comes to what's eligible and what's not. If it was a standard payment that goes out to the taxpayers with no requirement other than they're a homestead within our community, that's a standard we could easily meet. The more restrictions you put on that, we would have to reach out to the U.S. Treasurer to see if that's an eligible allocation from ARPA to expend those funds. And I just wouldn't be able to give you the proper guidance on that tonight.
Councilor Mills?
Yeah, my concern with the number of 65 and older is that I got a call from a constituent that was concerned about the notification and the way that it was rolled out, that it was a surprise to them. And we talked a little bit about this, and this gentleman was over 65, and he said, I can afford it. I've got enough money. It's the way it was rolled out to me. So my concern with saying somebody over 65, there's plenty of people that, can I afford the tax increase? yes, it hurts, but like everybody else. Is there a way we could have an opt-in? In other words, an opt-in so somebody could come forward so that, because the ARPA money is a pool. Someone could come forward, I need some help on this tax increase this year, and we'd allocate a pool, whatever was left over stays in ARPA. So someone that's 45 that needs help, that this is really hurting this year, it's a one-time.
The
And then-
application process probably would cost just as much as the subsidy.
That's my
The
other concern,
verification.
is that the amount of work to allocate something like this by staff
Is huge.
is gonna be monumental.
I
Yeah.
could,
So
I think we should follow the city
think it's an
manager's
all or
counsel on
nothing,
this. If there is consent, and again, I'll ask for a straw poll. If there is consent, that intent is good, but a refiguration of the program to make it more narrowly focused is worth exploring, then we should table this until the 19th of September to allow staff the time to work this. If not, if there's no for the entire concept, then vote it down or vote it through, okay, as is where is, it's up to you. But if there is, consent, and again, tabling a motion is a privilege, it ends debate. So once we get that table motion, it ends debate.
I would just ask the city manager, do you think that provides you enough time to come up with alternatives? Because I use the 65 number because it's easy, right?
Seems to be the
It's,
general
it's
conventional
easy.
wisdom.
It's easy, but my intent is to help the people that need it the most. Is that a date where you feel like you can do your fact finding on the appropriate? And to be clear, these are ARPA funds. These weren't generated by local property taxes. So to address some of the comments earlier, is that enough time to investigate it? Make sure that if we do go with a different recommendation, that those funds are appropriated correctly, and then possibly workshop some metrics in some ways that are conforming to the program, that we can help the people most impacted by the increase.
October 3rd is good too.
Yeah, I think that it's as responsive as the federal government will be when we call and put in an inquiry. We speak to them on a regular basis when it comes to ARPA funds. They're just not as responsive as we would hope. So we will do our best to meet that next meeting. If we don't have it, then the council can just take that similar action and move forward. So I'm fine with leaving it with that date, and we'll try to do our best, because I think if you're going to be providing a tax relief, I think it needs to come sooner than later. Taxes are due September 15th. I think it'd be important to make sure that that information's out there.
And what date is that again?
The next meeting?
Is that what you wanted by the next meeting?
I'd like to make a motion that we table it until the first meeting of October.
October 3rd. I got a motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
I got a second by Councilor Gary. All those in favor? Okay, motion is tabled to October 3rd. Okay. Next is ordinance 20-0906-2022, amending the zoning district T 4.2B. This is a public hearing and first reading. Do I have a motion?
Motion to move.
Second.
Motion from Councilor Walker, second from Councilor Staples. I'd like to ask Mr. Eric Cousins. Oh, there you are. I'm looking all over for you. You're hiding. I'd like to ask Mr. Eric Cousins, before we open up to the public hearing at this point, and
Catherine Cook.
Catherine, thanks. Catherine, you too. I didn't want to forget you, but I did. So just to give a brief presentation, I just want to make sure there's a lot of questions probably from the public, that if you could go through your story mapping and the new FAQs, tell us where it lives, and just kind of give us that overview and pick out some of the highlight FAQs. I'll let you drive it, take as much time as you need, make it bigger though. Oh yeah, okay. And this is just, I'll let you go through it, but I want to make sure that, this clears up, and I've reviewed this, clears up a lot of ambiguity and questions that the people in the public might have. So hopefully Councilor Gary,
It's emergency.
could you please just step out to the side, please? Yes. Thank you. Out of the room, thank you very much. So that way we can see this, so that we can actually, maybe hopefully have people's questions answered before they ask them. Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to kind of walk through what we'll be presenting to Planning Board next Tuesday. We've spent a long period of time, a lot of public discussions, working towards the draft that became the T42B. zoning district, and now we enter into the official public process for you to hold public hearings, planning board to hold public hearings, and then back to you for a second reading to actually consider a final adoption of a text that both you and the planning board have worked to develop over the last several months to year. We did not intend to go through the exact text of the T42B zoning district, but it is available in your packet. It's been available on the planning board site for their agenda for next Tuesday for a couple of weeks now. And also the official zoning map that's being proposed is also available in the council packet, as well as the planning board packet. Our goal with this story map was to answer some frequently asked questions, as you mentioned, talk a little bit about what a form-based code is and why you might use it for this type of regulation, and then talk about some of the differences between this and the current zoning. A form-based code is a land development regulation that focuses on the built results in high-quality public realm, so how the buildings, how the structures that are constructed form the public realm and the edges of the street, as well as other public spaces. This type of recommendation is supported by the city's comprehensive plan. It has been supported since the 2010 comprehensive plan in certain areas of the city, and the 2021 comprehensive plan really extended that. The planning board had talked about extending this earlier on when we adopted it in many other areas, the urban areas of the city previously, and there was a recognition that it might be too much, too fast at that time, and they really looked to establish it, test it, and then look to expand it to other areas. The form-based code focuses less on uses and more on the built form. So it does allow for more flexibility in how you use the insides of buildings if you meet the character and the form designated by the code. That includes multifamily housing, where traditionally we may have limited it to 1 and 2 family homes, as well as commercial uses on properties that also contain a dwelling unit. The purpose of applying the new zoning to Auburn City Core, as we scroll down, we tried to break this down into the primary reasons that we've heard through the comprehensive plan adoption process, as well as the zoning discussions and feedback from the public. This is part of the designated growth area in the comprehensive plan. It's been designated as an area that has utilities and infrastructure that can support additional growth. The changes to T42B from the urban residential zone does increase the opportunity for new housing. That's really been a primary driver based on the comp plan in proposing this type of zoning for the area, and one that we really can't achieve without including the allowance for multifamily housing. It allows for a wider variety of housing, including multifamilies, encourages walkability, creates business opportunity. It expands the opportunity for somebody to operate a business out of their residential property. The infrastructure already exists, so where this density is being proposed is at the urban core or near the urban core of the city, where water and sewer and other utilities are available or can fairly easily be extended to carry that urban form a little bit further out from where it has developed on its own. In large part being limited by existing zoning that hasn't allowed that more traditional density to expand to larger areas. Concentrated services, amenities, activities, and necessities. By concentrating growth in this area that already has utilities, it really does increase the opportunity for investment in an individual pedestrian infrastructure improvements, more people walking, vehicles going slower because there's more pedestrian activity, and can promote that. FAQs, one that we had a lot of calls on. We've fielded hundreds of calls over the last several months, as well as just since the last notice went out. How will it affect my neighborhood? We have a map below that we'll scroll down to, but that really breaks down the lot size of parcels within that zoning district. So more than half of the parcels within this area almost 55% would not support more than a 4-unit building, either under the proposed zoning. Many of those are occupied by an existing single family or multiple units, and there may not even be a desire for the owner to pursue those. So really we'll be limited for infill in those areas. Almost 80% of the lots within that area would not support more than 8 units. So there's relatively few larger lots that would support larger multifamily development within that area. Over 80% of the parcels, or right around 80%, if you could scroll up just a little bit, 79.4% of the parcels would not support more than 8 units within that area. Now that's the number of parcels, not the total acres. So as you might imagine, the larger parcels, as you move out of the built urban core, support more of the larger, potentially larger multifamily housing developments. But they're relatively few in the total parcel makeup. So of the parcels over 5 acres in area, those parcels make up 571 plus or minus acres. 26% of that is schools, existing parks, existing condos. So there's really about 390 acres of land on parcels over 5 acres that could really support those larger multifamily developments within a total area of 1,600 plus acres within the form-based T42B proposed area.
So basically what you're saying is the vast majority of the land that's already as-built environment cannot support or justify any type of, well, basically units over 8 units per acre.
So yeah, mostly infill, adding a unit within a building. And we give the full breakdown on this chart of all the different parcel sizes, and you can dig down into that in more detail. But yeah, almost 80% would not support more than 8 units, and only about 54% would support 4 or fewer units. The largest parcels are split between the proposed T42B form-based code area and other zones, and largely owned by a single property owner. Tim Corporation is the largest holder of land within that area. Existing form in the Court Street area, we had a lot of people asking, well, how do I visualize what that density looks like? If you look at Hazel Street, very familiar with this section of street, I used to live across the street. You can see images of the actual buildings in that stretch of roadway. That is 19.5 units per acre, so nearly 20 units per acre, more than the form-based code intends to achieve. Another example, the corner of Jocelyn Street and Court Street and Granite Street in that block. Those buildings, they're familiar to a lot of people. That block shown at the right-hand side of the screen totals 16.9 units per acre. So there's a lot of existing development in the urban core. I know people tend to think if it allows 16 units per acre, you're talking 16-unit buildings, but I think one of the greatest benefits to providing units in this area with this form-based code is more of the infill and allowing for a 2 or a 3 unit where a single was allowed before. And we have a lot of that existing within the area. Next example, Shepley Street near Hillcrest. There's only one multifamily in this group of homes in the block. The rest are single families, but still averaging 13.5 units per acre. So that type of character, smaller lots, singles mixed with 2s, 3s, 4s, potentially, with larger lot sizes required for parking and green space and to meet the lot coverage standards for multifamily buildings. We've traditionally allowed 35 feet in height, so we've traditionally allowed 3-story buildings in these zones, but there just hasn't been much of an incentive to do that for 1- and 2-family homes. This is a good example of where T42 zoning has been in place for a few years now, and The density there is higher than what the T42B aims to achieve. It's 19.3 acres, almost 20 units per acre. But we really put this in not as an example of something that exists within the proposed T42B, but what we're seeing where we already have T42, the building on your left has a brand new front porch. That front porch is larger than the one that was there before, and it wasn't allowed when before we had the form-based code zoning that reduced the front setbacks. And we are seeing additional units created within buildings, and we're seeing where somebody, to preserve a front porch on the front of that building before, would have to piecemeal it in repairs in less than 50% of the structural members at any given year. We're seeing complete replacements that I think are a really positive improvement in the image of that historic building by having that brand new front porch in a larger setting. One of the questions we had repeatedly was the code allows a mix of uses and businesses. What does this mean? What can I expect? Heathco's is a neighborhood store that I think a lot of people associate with their neighborhood identity. I've heard people refer to themselves as living in the Heathco's neighborhood. That property is non-conforming from the T42B standards in the sense that it has a commercial use without a residential use. T42 would allow for adding residential uses to it, but it would also allow for people to create new business uses like that on corridors or corners or in neighborhoods, but they're much more likely to be on corner lots or near arterials in order to have the traffic to really support a business, other than starting a very small business that's more destination-based in somebody's home. Traffic was a big concern, part of the frequently asked questions. Traffic came up a number of times. Increasing density will allow for better pedestrian improvements, crosswalk maintenance, striping, improvements to crossings. If more people are living there, there's higher property values. It does open up the opportunity to reinvest in improving pedestrian infrastructure, as well as we've seen with the Gracelawn apartments, Washington Street apartments proposed at Brickyard Circle, as well as, trying to think of the other example that we talked about today. Do you recall which one that was?
Convenient MD, maybe? Well, that's not the...
Yeah, it allows us to, Convenient MD on Center Street. It allows us to work with the developer, identify deficiencies in surrounding infrastructure, and if their development is creating more foot traffic, more vehicular traffic that exacerbates that deficiency, we're able to push for that to be included as part of a project. So new investment, new proposed housing does allow us to do that, especially at 3 or more units when we go to planning board for subdivision. It does create density at the urban core, which makes it more likely, more feasible to have enough riders to promote a better public transit system over time. None of this happens overnight, but over time, that's a goal that was identified as part of the comp plan effort. Walking, riding, and biking to school. These are rough guesstimates on the walking distance surrounding each neighborhood school as well as the high school. With the black outline showing the outline of the T42 district, you can see that the vast majority of this area is within walking distance, not requiring bus service to neighborhood schools as well as the high school. If we're going to grow somewhere, I think for those reasons, the existing infrastructure, proximity to schools, it makes a lot more sense to grow here than just evenly spreading that growth over the entirety of our 67 square miles. More units will mean more kids that we'll have to educate. While that's true, that more housing does mean more residents, and it does mean some additional kids, we've met with Dr. Brown recently to update our numbers on school projections, and we've really seen stagnant or declining school enrollment over the last number of years. Fairview School in particular can absorb another 100 students. Walton could absorb as many as 150, and overall, district-wide, 500 to 600 more students. And that's even after we've absorbed the students from the many multifamily developments that we've already seen come online in the last couple of years. We've seen preschools close or reduce their hours. The school district is really struggling to attract and retain educators and staff. Phil mentioned the struggles that the city's having with that. A big part of that is available housing. The monthly house payment that's recommended for a person based on their income is not to exceed 28% of the household income. We've looked at some numbers for actual sales in Auburn. The entry-level pay for a teacher is $42,000. A firefighter at $45,000 plus potential OT brings them up to $55,000, and a police officer with overtime at $65,000. The average price of an existing entry-level home, and these are based on real sales in Auburn over the last couple of years, an entry-level existing home, $267,500. A new home, $318,000. Based on the recommendation that a person not obligate more than 28% of their income to their mortgage and housing expenses, people need to make $87,400 a year to afford an existing home, and $104,600 a year to afford a new home in Auburn. And the income required to purchase an existing home comes out to about 140% of median income, and 204% in order to buy a new home or to build a new home in Auburn. It's really not feasible for somebody as a teacher, firefighter couple to buy a home in Auburn currently, and that's something that increasing supply can help with. Auburn superintendent said that approximately 90% of teachers' resignations are the result of a teacher finding a school closer to home. It's hard for people to move into a new home given the prices, and they're typically moving to be closer to where they live. Increasing the housing stock here, I think, can help provide more teachers, public servants, firefighters, police officers, and other staff that's needed to provide services. Prices of homes are high and continue to increase. The cost of buying or building a home is prohibitive. I think we've covered that. Many people want to live in Auburn, but can't afford to. Traditional zoning tends to be exclusionary. We've had 1- and 2-family zoning at the core of our city for decades at this point, and really haven't seen new multifamily development in those areas.
Or much single family, correct, to be fair. I mean, just because exclusionary, it's not just excluding multifamily, it's excluding single family, correct?
It's really limited production of all types of housing. The purpose of implementing form-based code is to create more walkable neighborhoods. Part of that is allowing for the density that allows the city to invest in and maintain higher quality pedestrian infrastructure because there's more people sharing it. Multifamily housing is outlawed in about 75% of the country. So it's not unique to Auburn, but I know Auburn is considering doing something about it, especially where we have utilities available. This is an alternative. The form-based code is an alternative to conventional zoning, and it really can help to address the walkability, the supply issues, and to help us grow in a more compact fashion, reducing the pressure for growing into rural areas. We do have LD 2003 to think about that will allow for 4-unit buildings anywhere where single-family housing is allowed, either within a growth area or where city sewer is available. They're still fleshing out the details as far as the rulemaking process. One of the other things that LD 2003 allows for that a couple people have brought up is if we have a prescriptive density standard like we do for the urban residential zoning district, affordable units will be allowed to exceed that by a multiplier of 2.5 times. So we're already talking 15 affordable units per acre if you apply that to the urban residential zoning standard that exists, but it creates an unfairness that doesn't allow that density for market rate units. And I think we've said we want all types of housing. I think the form-based code without a prescriptive exact density standard relying on form equals that out, so affordable units have the same incentive to be built as market rate units. This is our growth area map in the comp plan. You can see that the entirety of the proposed T42 is within that growth area. And current zoning shows the urban residential zoning within that area. And then I think there's one more image, or is that the end of it?
There are a few more that just demonstrate how LD 2003 could impact a lot in Auburn, which I can walk through. So just to get an example of what LD 2003 could do based on the text, granted the language and the rulemaking has not been established yet. It has not gone into effect. So some of these things might change as the state considers how they might apply to municipalities. But just to get an idea of what the density could look like in this urban residential zone, which is proposed to be T-4.2B, we picked a standard lot. It's where this, just so people have an idea of where it's located, it's where this pin mark is, where I'm circling with my cursor. This is the lot that it is. It is originally one lot. If you scroll, I'm gonna show that there's an existing house on it. This is one lot altogether. Following the setbacks and the dimensional requirements of the urban residential zone, I took the liberty to divide it into two more lots here. All of these lots are conforming with urban residential zoning. LD 2003 says that in the designated growth area of the city, up to 4 units could be allowed, and that is how we read the text. So seeing that, so you can see here with the setbacks, you could put four small homes. This is just a rough rendering of what would be allowed in LD 2003 under the current text. These are meant to be duplexes. These two, the bottom left hand rectangular buildings. So, and then on the right is an existing home. And LD 2003 also says that up to 2 homes can be placed on a lot that already has an existing home. It could either be one additional unit that's attached to the existing building, or one that is not attached, or you could do one of each. So here, to assume the maximum, I drew one of each here. This area is this area is about a half an acre here. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, okay, sorry. This area is about a half an acre. Altogether, it comes out to be about 16 units an acre. If you consider what LD 2003 in urban residential could do. So really, this proposal is not, it doesn't go very far outside the current layout of these neighborhoods, and this kind of infill would likely happen with the upcoming legislation. This is an example of what it could look like, and this would be a conforming piece.
But Catherine, I'm sorry, if with LD 2003,
Mm-hmm.
with the older existing zoning of urban residential,
Yes.
not form-based code, but the
Right.
current now, because it's been repealed, 4.2B2 was repealed, instead of 16, they could actually go 40 units in that 1 acre lot.
Yes.
If it was affordable. The quote-unquote subsidized housing is 2.5 times the allotted density, correct?
Yes, but I'm assuming that this is just market rate.
Okay, but if it wasn't,
If it wasn't, if
under
this was
urban residential,
affordable,
what could that be?
if it was for affordable, it could,
It's 24.
yes, yeah.
24 units.
Mhm.
So instead of 16 units under 4.2B, it could be 24 units with LD 2003 applied to urban residential, 2.5 times the existing stated zoning.
You could interpret it that. You could interpret it that way. I think we're still trying to figure out exactly how that LD 2003 allowance, the different allowances, like for 4 units per parcel, will interact with the density.
Right, but I mean, so if a developer came, the whole point of 2003 was, if a developer came and said, I want to put 2.5 times your stated density on a 1 acre lot, they can.
Yeah, 2.5 times for the urban res would be 15 units, but then you have those other provisions, like the 4 units, that we don't know exactly how that math is going to work out when you combine how those two different regulations impact the use of that land.
Right.
Hopefully rulemaking will make that clear.
Right, so without all that being defined, this, by the text, this kind of interpretation, I read it as being allowed here, which would be comparable to LD 2003, and which would be comparable to the density under T-4.2B. What T-4.2B would do, though, would be to help in advance to erase nonconformity and create opportunity for existing lots. So having a nonconforming residence or building may make it harder to obtain permits for improving or upgrading a home. Several of these lots here, all of these marked in red, are currently non-conforming, which means they are under the conforming lot size, which is either 10,000 square feet for a single-family residence or 12,000 square feet for a two-family residence. If your lot is non-conforming, you have a much lower chance of being able to obtain permits for things like making that porch improvement or adding any kind of additional living space for maybe an in-law or an adult child or an elderly parent. So what T-4.2B would do would help us perhaps get out ahead of LD 2003, decrease the setbacks, allow for some of that flexibility in different housing types, upgrades, which is currently not allowed, very hard for a current homeowner to do. There are about 625 non-conforming parcels in this area based on acreage. There are other factors that can make a parcel non-conforming as well, like frontage or setbacks. So all of this red area up here just shows parcels that are non-conforming based on the parcel size. But many of these buildings down here are built really close to the street. All of these buildings on Summer Street here are currently non-conforming, which seriously limits their opportunity to make upgrades or adjustments to these homes. So urban residential, just as a refresher, has a 25-foot setback requirement. That means that any adjustment cannot make any of these buildings more non-conforming, meaning you can't build any closer to the road than it already is. And any new building that goes in under current urban residential zoning needs to be 25 feet back, which does not fit into the aesthetic of this neighborhood at least. So, for example, Summer, Winter, Turner Streets have 100% non-conformance on the basis of front setbacks. T-4.2B zoning would bring this area and others into conformity. So here's just an example. All these setbacks show, I know it's kind of hard to see, that these are all non-conforming setbacks. And for the public who wants to see this better, this will be made available on the website. You'll be able to easily scroll through it, enlarge it, and that will be available for your information.
So you
And
can zoom into your own home, if you lived in that area.
yep. Yeah, you can. If you go onto the, not on this map here, but if you go onto this map over here, yeah, you can, the bigger maps, you will be able to zoom into your home and see if you're not conforming or conforming. That might be of interest to you.
And we'll be finalizing those as we approach the planning board meeting next Tuesday. We'll get a version online.
And that's when you're going to get the version online once you finalize it. So
Yep.
this is a preview,
Mm-hmm.
non-public
Yes.
or non-published. Yeah.
Right. And also, if anybody has questions specifically about their home, or if they want any more information about how this might affect them, you can always give us a call at the planning office anytime. We talk to people through these items every day, and I think we're often able to answer questions and clear up some confusions. So please don't hesitate if you have any questions or have a hard time navigating this map.
And if you have any difficulty getting to City Hall, we've had a number of people call and say, it's really hard for me to get down there. We're happy to go meet you at your house and explain exactly how the current zoning applies versus the proposed T42B.
Thank you. And thank you very much. I know that was a little unorthodox per se, but I really wanted everybody to see this. If you could just stay there just in case the council has any further questions upon our deliberation. But I will invite the public. This is a public hearing, excuse me. If there's any members of the public that would like to speak, if so, please step up to the podium, say your name, address, and your comments, or keep your comments, please, to 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is John Cleveland. I live at 183 Davis Avenue. This item on the agenda tonight, the adoption of T4.2B zoning code and then applying it to the Court Street neighborhood area, has neither had a public hearing or been acted on by the planning board to this date. The City Council agenda with the T4.2 zoning ordinance documents were not available until just before the long Labor Day weekend, when many residents were away, and the city offices were closed on the weekend and on Labor Day, on the Labor Day holiday. These zoning changes were also not available online under the planning board agenda until recently, even though the notice said that they were available. I know because I, A, have asked to have them sent to me when they were posted, they never were sent. So I went on the line multiple days, and it wasn't until relatively recently that I was able to get onto the planning board site to find some of these documents. Consequently, not only I, but many of the citizens of Auburn have not had an adequate opportunity to access and review the proposed zoning changes before the City Council for action this evening. There is no excuse for ramrodding these zoning changes through without adequate time for public involvement. The citizens of Auburn are not fools. They know what is happening here tonight. This item should be tabled until the planning board reviews the zoning changes with an opportunity for more public input and makes a recommendation to the City Council.
Ronald LaBelle, 31 Coachman Avenue, Auburn. I am an owner of the property described at 31 Coachman Avenue, which is in the area sought to be rezoned from urban residence to traditional neighborhood district in this proposal, quote, to create the traditional neighborhood form-based code T-4.2B zoning district is presently before this board and the planning board. I object to this proposal, and I would suffer particularized injury if it were enacted. Among the grounds for my objections are as follows. 1, the City Council enacted this proposal on first reading at its meeting of July 18, 2022, without submitting it to the Planning Board for public hearing, report, and recommendation as required by section 60-1496 of the Code of Ordinances. 2, the City Council did not vote to submit this proposal to the Planning Board until its meeting of August 1, 2022. The Planning Board hearing and consideration of this proposal is not scheduled to begin until September 13, 2022. This proposal appears on tonight's agenda for first reading, even though it was already adopted on first reading on July 18, 2022. City Council action on this proposal on July 18, tonight, or any other date before the Planning Board concludes its public hearing and submits its report and recommendation to the City Council is in violation of the section I cited of the Code of Ordinances, 60-1496, and is of no force or effect. Section 60-1447 of the Code of Ordinances requires that every proposal to amend the zoning ordinance or map include, quote, a statement of the reasons for such change, showing how such change would affect the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare, unquote. The proposal before you contains no such statement. No such statement has been published in the notice dated August 24, 2022 of the Planning Board public hearing scheduled for September 13, 2022, or in any public notice of City Council consideration of this proposal. The proposal is fatally deficient as to content and form and may not be considered by either the Planning Board or the City Council in its present form. All public notices of the consideration of this proposal by either the Planning Board or City Council are fatally deficient. Any and all action taken on this proposal by either the City Council or the Planning Board, unless and until it conforms to the requirements of the Code of Ordinances, is null and void.
Thank you, Mr.
The
LaBelle.
proposal, if enacted,
Mr. LaBelle, please, your time is up.
Thank you. I reserve the right to seek judicial review of any enactment.
Mr. LaBelle, your time is up.
I have a copy of my written statement.
You can give it to the clerk.
Be included in the formal record of this proceeding.
And just so everybody's aware, if you go over time, we do have the right, and if you want to respect the body and its rules, to just mute the volume. So that's what we have been and will be doing.
Hi, Beth Bell. I live at 86 Nottingham Road. Wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I'm trying to get up to speed on this, and you know the average citizen has a hard time. They don't get involved. They don't educate themselves. You know, life's crazy. And so I feel that many people are very uninformed about this. I personally just can't support it at this time. I feel like you're taking on too big of an area too quickly. I think it's going too quickly. I have a lot of questions that are unanswered, and I'm going to spend some time moving forward to try to educate myself better about this proposal. I personally don't think you're going to get the desired effect from implementing this change. So I have a lot of concerns about it. And the whole LD 2003 coming down from the state level, I hope that that's not influencing us to try to jump ahead, and we need to educate and be prepared for that, but it doesn't mean we have to take action now. That, you know, there's people that are fighting that to go into effect, so maybe that won't even go into effect. But I just have a lot of questions about it, and I just wanted to at least stand up and let you know I'm a real estate agent. I'm concerned about values of people's homes. I'm concerned about a lot of people being more upset about this than excited about what opportunities it opened up for them. And I just think it's way too big of an area to start out with such a change. Thank you.
Someone please stand up. Remember, these are capped at 45 minutes, so let's not dally.
My name's Pam Russo, 745 West Auburn Road. I do not believe this is, you're able to do this legally based on the city charter, as Mr. LaBelle said. The other thing that I have a problem with is you're doing a one-size-fits-all. You look at some of those outer streets with Lake Street, Park Street, or Park Avenue, and some of those are, as Eric Cousin has said in a previous meeting, more rural areas, and you're doing a one-size-fits-all, as he talked about before, about making the setbacks bigger because the houses are already further back, and this is just not right. I'm just so disappointed in most of our city council.
Yeah, like I said before, we'll try to curtail the comments about individuals or the bodies.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Harmon. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I live at 34 Vista Drive. My issue with the matter that's before the council tonight is the same as it's been all along related to this, and it's the lack of public engagement. What we saw here tonight perfectly illustrates that. What do we have? We have the planning department, who maybe 100 people have called that they've talked to individually, and they've gone and developed this whole proposal to support an argument to implement 4.2B, a proposal that was originally developed by the mayor and 2 councilors with no public input. It went to the planning board. The planning board was very clear about this, that they did not take it up in the regular process because it was seen to be, according to the chairman, a yes or no vote having come from the council. So the problem we have here is that there's a lot of good information in this. And as I've said before, I'm not opposed to 4.1, 4.2, 4.2B. There's a place for all of this in the city. It's how you go about implementing it. And what's happening, when we did the petition, lots of people consider this an end run around the petition. When we did the petition, the biggest complaint wasn't about the zoning, it was about the fact that people were precluded from having any meaningful involvement in this process. What we have now is the city using the bare legal minimum. People are allowed to speak 5 minutes at the planning board once. They're allowed to speak 3 minutes at the city council once. That is not how you do this. I would end by saying that there's a number of references in this document they presented to you tonight from people like the Form-Based Code Institute, the Center for Transactional Studies, and others. Every single one of those groups recommends a public engagement process that defines a shared vision and applies this zoning not in a one-size-fits-all across the city, but on a granular basis. And I would say if you keep going down this road and push this through, you are not going to get the citizens involved and supporting a process to apply different zoning for what we all want to see, which is help with the housing problem, growth in the city. So go down this road, have a prescriptive process, don't engage the public, but the public isn't going to support what you're doing if that's the road you go down.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak? If not, I'd like to close this public hearing.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Dunn, 530 Court Street. My biggest concern with 4.2B is that this is coming right after the repeal of 4.2. If you look at the two side by side, and that's not up here tonight, there are very few things that are different from 4.2B from the 4.2 that we've repealed. The main differences, as I have studied, are the way that they are commercial uses. You have eliminated adult uses in neighborhoods. Thank you, I appreciate that. But basically, everything else that could have been in 4.2 is allowed in 4.2B with a special exception from the planning board.
Catherine.
So the way that I look at that is it's really all still allowed in some way. My biggest concern is, again, there are many people who weren't happy with 4.2. I don't think they're going to be happy with 4.2B. And one other comment I want to mention, because I happen to live at 530 Court Street, very rarely does anybody talk about 555 Court Street. It's very real for those of us who live there. It's very disturbing for those of us who live there. If you haven't been by recently, please drive by. It is ominous, and I don't mean that in a good way. Those buildings tower over the neighborhood. They didn't fit before they were built. They still don't fit, and I can't imagine more complexes like that anywhere else in our city. Please stop this and let us have a part of these decisions. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ryan Smith. I live at 14 Weaver Street here in Auburn. I have a lot of similar concerns, but I think I'm going to bring a little bit different perspective here. Like others, I do believe this is out of order what we're doing tonight. In the past, I've tried to bring this stuff up at these meetings, but it seems like hindsight is taken a lot to the points I bring. For example, I brought someone to the ethics panel for review at the planning board because of their ethical conflict. I brought that up the day of. I was ignored. And hindsight, the ethics panel said, Ryan, you were right. They were wrong. And I said, oh, well, maybe I should try to front run some of this. So I emailed city staff, and they did reply to me, thank you, saying, I believe this is out of order because in the ordinances, it says the purpose of the planning board is to give recommendations about zoning changes. And I feel like the council, by seeing this tonight, sorry, it's not a dig at the council, just saying we're doing this out of order based on the ordinances, because you're basically saying the first reading doesn't matter. It's an inconvenience. The point of 2 readings is debate. We're supposed to debate this, contemplate this, hear the public. Right now, you're leaving it down to 1 reading because we still don't have a recommendation. We don't know what 4.2B is right now. There have been changes made by the planning board at the first meeting. So my question is, if there's another change made at the second meeting, do we have to redo this? Or do we just keep going? Because right now, I don't know what to give feedback on because I don't have the final draft of 4.2B from the planning board. So I don't understand how anyone here can contemplate that, how you can take my feedback properly, and how you can debate amongst yourselves. So we shouldn't just say no today. We should just table this until the next meeting. So that's more of a process question, but I also want to just mention 2 more things. One is LD 2003. A lot of communities are waiting in the area, mine included, that I code enforce in, 12 minutes from here. We're waiting to see how that shakes out before we actually make decisions based on that. So I'm not saying that's not a reason to do a zoning change. I'm saying we shouldn't base our decisions off of that because we don't know what it looks like. We don't have clarification from the state on a lot of these small, intimate details. So I would just hold off on mentioning that part of it. The rest of this packet, I think, is full of great information. It's just, it'd be a little premature to take the exact wording of LD 2003 right now, considering the fact that also there are other municipal officials, which you guys should get those emails, of people trying to, let's say, debate some of the past items of LD 2003. And my last question is coming from a phone call I had and actually a FOIA request I made recently. I was on the phone with a planning staff member talking about a piece of land I want to develop that is future 4.2B. So I have a lot of financial incentive to have this passed. I would make a lot of money, but it's not about me. It's about the community as a whole. But on that topic, that person decided to pick on my perspective, not pick on it, meaning pick my brain about my perspective about this zoning change. One sentence they said led me to my FOIA request.
Your time is up, sir.
It's up. I can't go into it.
Your time is up.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak?
My name is Pat Phillips, and I live on 17 Sunset Ave. I've received the letters that have come through that told me that my home is within 500 feet of one of the zoning changes. So I don't really know what that means. There's a whole list of items here that could be done. My neighborhood's rural. Pretty much one way in and one way out unless you go around a horseshoe. I know there's been discussions about extending a road through the woods that goes over to either Hotel Road or Court Street. When you change the dynamic of traffic into a neighborhood that does not have thoroughfare today, there's a lot of good and a lot of bad that can come from that. Number one, home values go down. Number two, crime could increase. Three, you're now bringing people into a neighborhood that normally would have no reason to go into that neighborhood. Second item, the petition that had 2,400 people sign against this change, which was 50% more than we needed to actually bring this up. What cause did we have from that? Because it does sound like most of this has been done in a very quick time period. And as many said, the documentation that was presented today hasn't been available prior. If you want your community to support this, and I think people support a lot of good change because we understand the housing issues, we understand a lot of things going on. But a lot of people aren't going to get to those documents. Number one, they may not be able to. Number two, they may not have time. I'm fortunate. I'm not raising a big family where I'm going 24/7, so I do have time to read these things. There's a lot of people who can't. I think it needs to be a community-centric approach. Send people out from the organizations, come into the neighborhoods, have neighborhood meetings, and set some of this straight. I'm not a legal expert. A lot of this stuff is in jargon that the commonplace person doesn't understand fully and doesn't necessarily want to go to someone to ask, because some are even ashamed to ask that they can't understand the documentation ahead of them. So make it a community effort. Find the right places to do it. Find more support. I believe growth is good, but growth has to be done real sensibly, and I really think that this should come to public vote, actually, not in November. Thanks.
Seeing no one else for public comment, I'll close public comment. Or excuse me, the public hearing, because this is a public hearing and first reading. So, bring it back. There's a lot here. I'm going to turn over to the city manager, actually, to talk about the legal aspect, because this is about the third time this topic has come up in one way, shape, form, or fashion over the course of 3 years, after multiple public hearings, neighborhood conversations, and so forth. So I want the manager to explain what we did, our process, to come up to the brand-new starting over process now.
Mayor, council, the public, just so you're aware, the council did meet with legal before moving forward with this process. Legal has outlined the steps that they needed to take. One of the recommendations was for them to start this process again, which they have taken that action and done. So this has been vetted through legal. This is their recommendation for the process. You'll see legal will be at the second reading. I want to make sure the legal will be available for the council to ask any questions regarding process. Make sure legal is available to answer some of the feedback that we receive regarding ordinance and the order of action that you take. However, the outline that you have has been vetted through legal and is recommended as your process if this is a process that you choose to take in the timeline.
To address some of the other questions, this process actually started, Mr. Cousins, correct me, 2015, 2013 with form-based coding in the Summer Street, Turner Street, or Minot Avenue area. It's progressed. 4.2's existed in areas of our city since March of last year. This has been talked about for the last 4 years on this council and the previous council, maybe 3.5. I don't know, if Mr. Cousins, if you could just shed some light on how many public meetings we've had over the course of this time? I think you were keeping track.
Yeah, since, if you look at the original adoption back to 2016 and 17 of T42, it's over 35, including the comp plan, but just more recently in the last 2 years from comp plan till now, is a little over 20.
So 35 plus 20.
Oh, and those are combined.
So 20
But the
just
more
most
recent
recently.
discussion that's led to the creation of T42B, and having a new public process now to consider that new language, is over 20 minutes.
And I just want to state some facts too, if you could. Someone spoke earlier stating that about 100 people have called City Hall on this topic. From the data I've seen, or you've seen, could you kind of just quantify that a little bit? And I'd say communication directly with City Hall staff.
We've sent out a number of notices to all the property owners in this area for the consideration of T42 and now T42B. There were some of those notices. There were at least 3. I think there were 4 That generated over 200 calls as part of that particular notice. So it's been hundreds, multiple hundreds over the last year.
Does that include emails that were resolved by your staff?
There's emails as well.
Equal
but
number,
it's-
less, more?
I don't have the exact number, but
So
it's
is it safe to
hundreds
say
of
hundreds and
people.
hundreds of email and phone conversations that were
Yes.
responded to by staff?
Yes.
Okay, very good, thank you. I'll open this up to the LD 2003, real quick on that. I was part of helping draft that and shepherding that through the legislature. When we're talking about state laws and statutes, you have rulemaking. Rulemaking is not going to be done according to Augusta, the capital. They told me this last week. They're looking at maybe April or May completion date on rulemaking. Rulemaking can't change the intent of the law. The law is set. Could the law be replaced? Well, it doesn't matter what municipal officials say. It matters what the legislature says, and nobody knows what that's going to happen, what that's going to look like. And then it has to be introduced as part of the legislative committee. The governor has until, Councilor Gary, help me out. When does the governor have to, whoever the governor might be then, to approve those laws out of the legislature? The process, June? What's the deadline?
It depends on the year, how long the term is.
Big session, long term. So I think it's June 1st or June 30th. It's a long session. The feasibility and hanging our hope on the fact that maybe something will happen that's not happened before in our history as a state, okay, is probably not the best management process going forward. Okay, hope is nice, but it's not a strategy. So we have to look at that and not think, oh, we need to stop and wait for this to change. Well, that would be interesting on a bipartisan bill for this to change. So, quick turnover. We've been dealing with this for years. Mr. Manager, you answered that. One question about designed intent. I think that was really important. In the 3 months that T 4.2 was in place, in the Court Street neighborhood, we had over 20 permits pulled that were not able to be pulled before, totaling $766,000 in rehabilitative development to existing homes. Maybe one or two new homes, if I remember correctly, or one. So that is significant desired effect in a short 3-month period of time. Obviously, that stopped since we had to repeal this zone. Mr. Cousins, do you have any idea about the number of inquiries on permits post-repeal?
I don't have an exact number. Well, we've had to tell a number of people that what we told them they could do, and they've started investigating, they could no longer do, unless the zoning was changed.
Okay, so there were people that were going ahead and then had to stop. Got it. Okay, so I'll open this up to the council. I think I answered everybody's questions. If I did it, please ask them.
Well, I'd like to make sure that I want to begin by saying I was one of those people that reached out to Mr. Cousins about, I have a small duplex on Western Ave. And after it was passed, I was talking with Mr. Cousins, and I looked at potentially taking a garage down and putting a duplex. And when we repealed it, that didn't become, we looked at selling it. And so I need to put that out there because I did, you know, it, as the gentleman spoke, it could potentially be something that we could do in the future. I don't know whether my partner and I are gonna do it or not. We're looking at maybe selling the house now, but it is out there, and so I did speak to Mr. Cousins about that, and we could put a little duplex there on Western Ave, take down this old garage and put a duplex there, but I need to put that out there and let the council know whether they want me to continue to be part of this process. I supported it before that, before I knew I could do that, and so, anyway, I need to put that out there.
Fair enough. And when this happens, it's up to the body to decide whether or not the individual should recuse himself from debate and conversation on that. So at this point, I'd like to entertain a motion that would state, or someone to support a motion to allow Councilor Milks to continue the process of debate and voting. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Got a motion from Councilor Staples. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second motion from Councilor Moore. Let me explain this. And this is obviously not really up for debate per se because it's a personnel issue. Okay, we want to keep that clean. But if you do, because of the motion, vote yes, that means Councilor Milks can continue on this path. He can debate and he can vote. If you vote no, that means you're stating that he cannot debate and he cannot vote. So at this time, I'd like to ask for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, If voting yes would allow Councilor Milks to participate and vote, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous. Councilor Milks must abstain from the vote. 6-0, Councilor Milks can't proceed. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open this up again. Thank you very much for that statement. Anybody else would like to talk? Let's do this and against, then for the fours. So against.
I guess the question I have, and this is not, based on being deathly against it or greatly in favor of it, just a process question, which has been raised repeatedly. You've got a state law, LD 2003, which hasn't been fully developed. I mean, the law was passed, but the rulemaking hasn't finished. Wouldn't it make sense to wait, regardless of how you feel about T42 or T42B, until we have the state, law fully developed through the rulemaking process?
And the only thing I could do is answer based upon protocol and best practices. If you delayed this effort without knowing when that drop dead date is, which by the way for LD 2001 is July 1st. So if they get rulemaking out in June, not enough time to go through a legally binding process of notification, planning board hearings, first and second readings. If they come up with something June 15th, obviously same thing. If you look at May 1st and they come up with final rulemaking, probably not then either. Not practical to get this in front of council with the schedule, especially with Memorial Day. The latest they could get this out is April 1st, and that is tough. That's April, May, June. Gives us 3 months to re-notify everybody, okay, and have this conversation again, where we know, based upon what's here, that we're in compliant with the intent of LD 2003, and we will not be in conflict with rulemaking. Because rulemaking can't go in conflict with the intent of the law. And that is a fundamental that's prescribed in our Constitution.
I guess just from 40 years of experience dealing with the federal government, in particular the Department of Housing and Urban Development, they weren't particularly fast at rulemaking.
No.
And every time my organization tried to conjecture about what they would have for a final rule, we were wrong. So we can do this, but we will compound the errors that we've already created, and if that's where this council wants to go. We've been going like a herd of buffalo
For
in
years?
a china shop.
That's the slowest
for a
buffalo
long
herd I've ever
time
seen.
on this issue.
Okay, go.
So
Anybody
I-
else would like to? Councilor
Well,
Mills?
I'm in favor. And the reason I'm in favor is that I think I was in favor right from the start. I think this is healthy for the city. I think whether or not 2003, I don't care about that. I think it solves a lot of the inherent problems that exist in our neighborhoods. It allows homeowners to do things with their houses that they can't do today. And I think it brings ideas to the table that are going to be developed through the staff, through the planning board and other things. I think, and based on the way that it's already been done in other parts of the city, it's not going, I feel comfortable that I don't believe it's going to cause massive problems in the city. I think it's going to allow homeowners and property owners to do reasonable things with their property. That's what I think. And that's why I support it. And I respect people that disagree with me, and I respect the positions, and I have listened, and I've listened to people here many, many times. It's not just once, it's many times. And I respectfully disagree with some of the people's arguments on it. And that's, I ultimately have to do what I think is right with the information that I hear, listening to everybody, and I think this is healthy and good for the city. So that's why I support it.
Councilor Staples?
Thanks. So first of all, I just want to commend you guys. Catherine, Eric, you guys are doing a great job. This presentation is exemplary. I mean, it's awesome. Thank you very much for doing it. So, I mean, I support this zoning. I think over the course of time, I think Auburn has done a lot of things with zoning that have been, I have disagreements with. I think that this zoning is a step in the right direction. I think that it's going to get us to a point that allows us to have neighborhoods that aren't just single-family houses, to allow people to have a business, to allow people to live in an area where we currently won't let them live. I think there's a lot of things here that are good. I think one thing that really stood out to me in this presentation was the map that showed the houses that were non-conforming. I think that's kind of it's the test of time. Over time, at one point, those houses were fine. And then we went and we made zoning that said, no, they're not okay. Well, there's a lot of things that happen when you tell somebody that the house that they built according to rules that the city allowed is no longer okay. If that house burns down, well, you can't rebuild it because we changed our mind. So I think there's a lot of things here that we're correcting that I think, we're trying to do a good thing here, and I think we're moving in the right direction with this zoning. I don't know that any zoning is ever going to be perfect, but I'm pretty proud of this zoning, and I think that it's the right thing to do.
Anybody else want to comment before we call for a roll call vote? Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to thank our planning and permitting department and the audience that have come and spoke. I also respect Mr. LaBelle and the points he brought forward. And since he brought forth references in our ordinances that we should have followed or haven't followed, that's another reason why I'm not going to vote for this tonight.
At that time, I'd like to call for a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Milks?
Yes.
Counselor Moran?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Staples?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
No.
Counselor Whiting?
No?
Counselor Hawes?
Yes.
The order passes public hearing and first reading by vote of 5-2. Next is Resolve 0709062022, supporting the creation of an ad hoc public infrastructure committee. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Moore and Councilor Walker on the second. Open this up to the public for comment. This is very similar to an earlier agenda item where we're showing support for public infrastructure in our efforts with the state in order to get public financing. Give a second here for people to leave the room. Thank you, Eric and Catherine. Appreciate it. It's late. Okay, no one here in the public that would like to speak on this. I'll bring it back to the council. Council, comment?
Just a quick question. In the heading, it's public infrastructure, and then there's reference to public sewer. And so am I to assume it's public infrastructure including sewer, not just sewer? Because I was a little unclear of the way the wording went from the heading to the actual document.
I'll let the manager comment on that. That was my understanding as well, that it's everything.
Everything,
It's infrastructure.
yeah.
Whether that be
Right.
road, water.
Public
sewer.
infrastructure, right.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Manager, is there anything indifferent that you're saying? No? Okay. Bringing this back around, is there anything else, any other comment? None? Ask for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? 6-1. It passes. Next is Order 126-09062022. It's allocating $225,000 of American Recovery Protection Act funding for accessory dwelling unit development program. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We got Councilor Staples, and then Councilor Moore on the second. Open this up to the public for comment. This is in response to communication we sent out last meeting in August, and it was a memorandum to everybody, including the state, and Mr. Holmes came forth and put a lot of flesh with staff on these really skeletal remains. So thank you. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak? None being, Mr. Holmes here and Zach, if you want to give take 1 minute, give a brief overview of this.
Sure.
Or 2 minutes, I'm not going to, brief overview.
I hope everybody had a chance to take a look at what we sent out last Friday. I think this pretty much puts it together, what we discussed at the workshop and in the memo before. So basically, we're asking for $225,000 in ARPA funds, and then we'll get, if approved by Maine State Housing, we'll get $250,000 from them, and we get about $50,000 in-kind admin through CDBG and staff. We're really trying to focus this the way it was meant to be, We are able to do up to 120% of median income for the property owner who's going to add this unit. And we will have to be at 80% of median income for those people who are actually renting this unit from that homeowner. If you noticed on the handout I passed out at the beginning of the workshop earlier this evening, we did have a couple of questions that we would like to have you help us with some direction as we finish up the guidelines. And those are, I don't have when I passed them all out. Can the program be utilized on lots with more than one unit currently, such as single-family residence only, or can multi-unit add another unit internally? So if I've got a 6-unit building and it's got an attic, can I turn the attic into another unit? Is that acceptable? Can they add on to the building to create another unit? So basically, we're looking at single-family to add something, or can multi-unit buildings do that as well? So looking for some feedback with that. Would splitting an existing unit or finishing currently non-livable space count as a net new livable space? And I think that's kind of I know the answer to that one is a yes. Does a lot need to be owner-occupied, or can investor owners access the program? So basically, do you have to be an Auburn resident? Do you have to live on the property that you're going to add on to? That was something that we really didn't flesh out in some of those meetings. So as we work towards these finalized guidelines, I would hope some feedback there.
Question, number one, is that you were asking that question, or did you get the answer to that?
No, we're asking the questions from you
Yeah.
folks of what you want to see in these questions. So, and I know it's...
Whether or not a multi-unit can add another unit,
Correct.
a
What's the
two-family with a
feeling?
three, with a third unit.
I'd qualify that with one thing, though, because I've seen this in the past.
Mm-hmm.
We had units that were big units, family units, and smart developers figured out, I can make more money by making this big 3-bedroom into 2 1-bedroom units. And so you had more units, but you really
Had less
were housing
bedrooms.
fewer people.
Yeah.
And so
Yep.
I would support adding on
Defeats
to
the
a
purpose.
multi if they're really adding on and not doing a split.
Detached.
Yeah.
Detached.
You're adding
Right? It's detached.
What about, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, no.
What about the other way around? So say you've got a single-family home, this zoning that we're adding allows us to add maybe a duplex. Could you add a duplex as an accessory dwelling unit under this program? That would be both income restricted.
So my understanding would be is that if I had a single-family home and I had enough room on my lot, I could turn it into a duplex by adding to that building to create.
No, what I'm saying is I have a single-family home and I've got room.
You want to cut it in half?
Could I build a duplex
Oh,
as an accessory dwelling unit?
well, we're capped on as far as I'm concerned, that would qualify because we're capped on how much we're going to provide. So therefore, and originally this was 800 square foot maximum. Okay, so that was built into the original memo. So if you're looking at adding an 800 square foot addition to your home or a separate dwelling on the property, is where that would be capped at.
So if you had, it was 1,200 feet, then this wouldn't apply?
As it stands right now, it's capped at 800 square feet.
Does it prorate, or is it exclusive hard
So you
cutoff?
couldn't put a duplex in.
Hold on, but no, you could.
One at a time.
Yeah, it would just be private. One would be private and the other would be
For rent.
through this program.
Right, so the,
That's
remember, the
fine.
intent
Yeah.
here, it's just, we're not going to solve all of our housing problems. But Joe, go.
Got what I said.
Intent was
You're
to
saying prorated.
The intent was to
Is
see
there
where
a
we could have
prorate?
small homes.
Is there? I apologize. Go ahead. Is it prorated at if you do 1,000 feet? Are you prorated at 800, or is there the unit has to?
The way the original memo came to us was an 800 cap. So therefore, you need to build a unit 800 square feet or less, and basically we'll do up to 20%, up to a maximum of $30,000.
So,
Yeah, the memo, remember, the intent was to stimulate a small group of detached ADUs, a carriage house
Modest.
above the garage.
Yeah.
Modest for grandma, modest for that brand-new teacher that's coming to work at Lake Street, okay? It wasn't to totally, expand housing and multi-units, but to provide an aesthetic archetype that doesn't exist. Because I tell you what, you can't find those very prevalent in other parts of the country, carriage homes, above garage in-laws, and so forth, or detached granny pods. So hopefully this would provide that, but Councilor Staples?
yeah, my intention here would be that these would be owner occupied. I don't know what other people think, but that's the way I would go towards this.
The original building.
Yes.
The original, yes.
The original building.
Or the new one. Well, yeah.
Or the new,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, I mean,
It
owner
had to be the homeowner would have to be the one that's, you're not gonna have a
The-
developer.
Right.
A landlord, an absent landlord that's not living on that property isn't eligible.
Correct. We're in agreement, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
we're
that
on the same
matches,
page.
and that matches your home plan, the
Yeah.
public action plan?
Yeah, we're
To
good with that.
create additional revenue streams for existing homeowners so they can help have some money.
Now, I also asked, would it be possible on this program without, if someone wanted to do this and access this money, because it's ARPA money, without utilizing the Maine State Housing piece, could they still access and not have the match?
So, is access to program as far as the ARPA dollars?
So at the
it-
225 that we're putting in from ARPA,
Right.
could someone that's not gonna, and then they don't have to match any of the income standards or anything, they could just build and get a piece of, if I'm gonna put a $100,000 house in, it's capped, addition, it would be capped at 15%, I think, right?
Yep.
So you would, if I'm adding an ADU that fits the parameter, then the city would kick in 15 of that.
So what I'm hearing is, so if the owner of the property
Yep.
is above the 120% median income, could we still use ARPA funds? Right?
Yeah, and not get the matching from Maine State Housing, and then they wouldn't have any requirements. Let's say they want to put their in-laws that make $150,000
So
a year
because,
into that.
so my answer, the short answer is no. The long answer is maybe. So the short answer is because we have CDBG dollars doing the admin and those funds, those are HUD dollars that are tied to these projects. So therefore, all these things get locked into everything.
Barbed hook,
Sorry.
the barbed hook of government.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Sorry.
And listen, but remember, 120%.
But it rules out a
So,
homeowner that would,
So we did provide you what 120% looks like based on number of bedrooms and things. I mean, I'm sorry, number of people in the family. So 120% AMI is up to $86,040 for a family of three. And then the people who would be renting, the other one would be below the 57, again, if it's a family of three moving in, it'd be below 57,360. So, I mean, we were able to get the 120% for, originally, remember, that this was put on the table at 80% of median for the person building it as well as the people living in it. So we were able to get that number up to 120.
Okay.
So that was the best we could do.
I'll give you an example. Single teacher in town making, about $63,000, $62,000 a year, family of one, okay? Builds an ADU in their garage to supplement their income. It's 600 square foot, which is, by the way, in comparative marketplace, a pretty big one bedroom.
Yeah.
800
above the
too.
garage.
Whatever, above the garage. Okay, now they're bringing in 713 for mom. Mom's paying 713 out of Social Security.
Yeah.
Okay, that covers the mortgage, is more than covered. It's locked in for only 5 years. And after that, it's released into the market.
Yep.
At market without any restrictions. So we're subsidizing them to keep it at affordability level for at least 5 years until it can be released out. That's the payoff.
And we are putting in the security deposit funds as well. And basically, those are grants. So therefore, if they move in, they need a $500 security deposit. We do that. And then if they move out and there's nothing needed to fix the place up, they walk away with that security deposit to their next rental. So trying to keep it as easy as possible on that side as well.
And I think, don't forget the mayor's ad hoc too. Some of these as-built design for carriage houses, ADUs, can be applied here, should be. That's the whole holistic approach.
And the only other number I'll draw your attention to is the private funds leveraged through this program. We're estimating it over $2.5 million of what private investors will bring to the table to make this work.
So they have to maintain this building for at least a minimum of 5 years?
So what they have to do is so the rental restriction is on that ADU. So therefore, they have to be renting at that market based on the HUD guidelines for what they can charge for rent for 5 years to people who are below 80% of median income. And we'll be verifying that on an annual basis for 5 years.
Within that 5-year period, if the property is sold, what happens?
The rental restriction will stay on the ADU.
Say that one more time.
We can waive it.
The loan's no longer guaranteed.
It would violate the guidelines of the program so that upon sale, it would become due fully. So it would not be a forgivable loan. They'd really just pay the money back to the program, and then we use those as recycled funds.
Now, are those done through liens or?
So it's a forgivable loan.
Covenants, right.
Yeah, so basically, we make you a loan, it's forgivable, so as long as you meet the requirements for 5 years, it goes away.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
All right.
You deal with this.
How many people is this supposed to help?
15.
15?
15 units. Minimum 15 units.
What's the total amount of money you're talking? What's the max we'll be at?
So it's 15% on a $200,000 max, so basically it caps out at $30,000 per unit, and we've got about $500,000 to use.
$500,000, 15. And I want $1.5 million for how many people? I want $1.5 million for? We're gonna do this for 15, 20
It's
people?
not, there's not,
30 people?
it's not comparable, though. I mean, if I'm gonna add,
4,000.
well,
4,000.
$300 to 4,000 people one time. This will also, at $2.5 million in investment, the leverage
And
private
tax
funds
revenue.
Yes.
is going to be, quick math, 46 plus half again is going to be $57,000, $58,000 in new taxable value annually, right?
So hold on, the one thing Councilor Walker didn't mention though is that the ask here is for $250,000 that we matched by federal
It's
money,
225.
so.
Yeah, the ask is 225.
225, thank you,
Yeah.
sorry.
And it's 250 match from HUD.
Yeah.
No, HUD,
From
no, HUD,
Maine Housing.
State Maine Housing.
Right.
Mr. Whiting, Councilor Whiting, quick math, or maybe we know this too, I know you worked with the industry. What is the average tax credit or cost to build a subsidized house or unit?
Oh, my God, the tax credit prices have gone.
What is that,
through the roof.
$250 a unit?
279.
It's more than that. In Topsom, they're
Oh, yeah,
trying to-
down there.
Trying to do a project.
Governor Place was
John
$279 a unit.
Hodge, And
Governor
it's
was-
over $300,000.
So
And
that-
Maine Housing is pushing back.
Yep.
One of the problems, though, and this is getting in the weeds, and I apologize, but the fair market rent that HUD has set is based on the 40th percentile of area median rent. They changed that in 1980, 42 years ago. And it has been a hardship for the program, for tenants and for landlords, and even in this program, because you can't get the cash flow to support the debt because the rents are lower than what the market really is. 40th percentile puts you in that bottom 40th percentile where they are barely habitable in some cases. And so we could ask Senator Collins and Senator King to look at that. It's a housing crisis across the country. People have vouchers in Portland and in Auburn and Lewiston they can't use.
Can you type this up?
Yeah, I'll
Okay,
write
and
something up.
And we'll look at.
And Marty can provide the data for local, the local problem, and we could send a resolve and maybe nudge HUD a little bit on that, because it really would help the program and help lower income people get units.
So this is
And
part of,
landlords rent units.
so we definitely should do that. I think, but this is part of the program, is you're all are doing math for your mortgage, how much a mortgage cost on
Yeah.
this. By eliminating that initial 20% of challenge, it's less that they have to mortgage. It's a smaller payment. Ideally, hey, listen, this is gonna provide that archetype again, but if I qualified, I would do this for my mom. That's what we're trying to do. It's really helping seniors or those boomerang kids that are thankfully going to Park Avenue and teaching. And I've talked to these, and it's true, they're still living at home looking for a place.
So staff did do the math. On the $30,000 grant, you're really going to get about $15,000 value long-term over the life of the mortgage.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get the lower rent, and we did the math on what should it be, what could it be.
Yeah.
So it's about a $15,000 benefit over a $30,000 program.
We have a lot of poor people that are tenanted out by the church. Couldn't we get them something to build something off their tents?
Yeah.
I'll refer to the manager for that one.
But you know what? But those people, maybe they should live, or some of them can live or would want to live in an ADU someplace and have a small 600 square foot ADU above a garage, and that's their home while they stabilize. Or maybe go for something else. But that's
I'm sure
part of the solution.
I'm sure you saw in the write-up. I mean, we would like to target some of this, and we would talk to these people as they come in about, domestic violence cases, people that are need transitional housing. This would be a great way for some people to have an impact in their community and get some benefit from us to do it.
Is there any yes or no? I'm a little passionate about this because I see this as being a way to help kickstart an underserviced housing market within our city and provide opportunities for those who are just middle-class people wanting to add a little bit of extra income to their lifestyle and provide housing, and they can. So that's why it's like I get excited because I've talked to a lot of people who would really like to benefit from either building or living in one of these. So anybody?
And
final comments?
it's replicable. I think that's
yeah.
replicable, which, if somebody sees that their neighbor's done this and they have similar excess space or just room on their lot and they want to do that, and it's, done properly, done well, it's it's an asset to the community.
So, I mean, make sure I understand, a family of 4 that owns a small house, that they're eligible if they're 120% of AMI for this program, right? So they could earn 95,000 as a family,
Correct.
so combined.
Yep.
Okay.
It's household income.
Household income, okay.
Yep.
Related to a previous topic, Glenn, and if you don't know the answer to this, I forgive you. We're talking about having these plans drawn up for these ADUs. What's the typical threshold for somebody that's trying to undertake a process like this? Like having those ready to go, these pre-canned plans, like that takes down a barrier, obviously a mental barrier to like, this needs to be done. What's the savings threshold? Do we have any indication on what that would be?
3,000 to 5,000.
Like I say, I'd be in the $4,000 probably. If you go actually hire somebody to do a set of plans and do all that for you, you're gonna be in that neighborhood,
So
even
that's-
for 800 square feet.
That's a significant fixed cost to building an ADU.
Survey alone is gonna cost you 2,500 to 3,000.
Oh, you could get up, $20,000 depending on how
Easy.
much you want to do.
Easy.
Yeah.
Or over,
There was one more question on that list then that I didn't get to. Is this anywhere in the city, or is it required to be on sewer and water?
According to the intent, it was designed to be an infill, so anywhere where there was sewer and water.
And
Yeah.
If everybody, I mean, that was intent, you guys can change it.
Super.
I think that's,
At least
I think
for the
that
pilot,
makes sense,
so we
yeah.
can get some kind of, that's what I'm looking for, just capacity, density, if you would, so.
Sort of
we can see
matches
the-
up with CDBG,
services, yeah.
target neighborhoods and whatnot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
true, it's a quick connect.
So once, if we're approved by Main State Housing, we'll let you know, but otherwise than that, we'll do these guidelines up if you vote to do this tonight, and have it ready to go as soon as we hear from Main State Housing.
As long as we can vote on the final guidelines for implementation post this.
Yes.
This frees us up, because I do think that's important to see it come back.
If this is
Okay.
so it says it's an order.
But it's contingent upon Main State Housing money, of course, and then final rulemaking from Glenn.
Okay, so we get the chance to finally order this and allocate the money at it. We're not officially allocating the money, we're allocating the idea.
You're allocating the money based on Main State Housing approval of their half.
Yep.
And so we can say Main State Housing, yeah, we got our half.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, and
But
I
I'll
would
bring it.
ask
I'll bring
staff to bring the final rules back for approval and workshop, okay?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, ask for a vote. All those in favor? I'm sorry, in favor? Okay, that's unanimous? No, I'm sorry, opposed? No, you're in favor, okay. I can't count past 10, it's about to close. Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
That clock's wrong, it's actually 9 o'clock, fine. Open
9
session.
o'clock somewhere.
Okay, we got one more, we got an open session. I'm gonna ask, anybody in the audience like to speak in the last open session of the night, please step up to the podium. Give us your name, address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Not being, I'll close this open session. I'm gonna move on to reports. I have one report. School started. School committee meetings are tomorrow, Wednesday. Budget meetings are Thursday. We're already talking about next budget and where we can find efficiency. I'm sorry to break that to you. Merry Christmas. Any other reports?
Not tonight.
Thank them for this tomorrow night, Jason.
Oh, yeah, you guys got that, huh?
Yeah,
we
that's
did.
awesome.
Cool, yeah.
Before I was the only one that got it. It makes me feel less special. Okay, I'll thank him for you. Anything else? None being.
Hey.
Oh, I'm
I would like to congratulate the Edward Little High School football team on their win Friday night.
Nice work, nice work.
That's a turn in the right
Yeah.
direction. And I'd also like to report that my wife is entering her 3rd year as a public educator here in Auburn, and she officially, after 3 years, loves her job.
That's great. Yeah.
Good.
Any other report? None being, Mr. Manager? No report. No report? Well, if that isn't a sign from God.
You're out.
No executive sessions. I'm gonna ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Mr.
Second.
Milk, second for Mr. Moran. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We're now adjourned.
It's so funny. The lights just went out. I got a notice from Bloomberg saying blackouts in California are possible.
And Maine too, yeah.
Blackouts are real. Real. I don't even know if I'm gonna get my EV freaking SUV right now. Because I like technology. I like it.
Good old-fashioned little.
Don't lecture me.
My wife would love one of those too. They're hard to find.
You can't get them anymore. Yes, it's 12 years old.
Is it really? Well, it's good, it's still working. You can text.
Oh, yes, no internet.
I'm gonna go home and watch the Lewiston City Council meeting now and see that bloodbath.
Yeah, John, I had somebody put him, make sure he got in bed all right.
Oh, yeah?
They wanted to know if he could use the space. Yeah.
Well, because if he tips it over.
Well, it's far enough away, but if he doesn't have a way to get out of bed.